Hi, my name is Eva and I'm an environment agent. Did you know we lose rainforest the size of a football field every minute? We've lost half of our rainforest over the last 40 years. Seriously, if we don't have a planet B, get that in your head already! Come on!
It's quite intimate, isn't it? Sort of like being in someone's home kitchen or a TV show. I kind of feel like Jamie's about to turn up. Where is he? Somewhere. We're going to get you up cooking. How are you all this morning? Yeah? Good. Well done for being on time. You guys get like an A+ in the system. We'll add some points to the app. So we've heard about some of the big challenges facing the food systems over the last 24 hours. You know, a third of food continues to get wasted, food loss and waste. After decades of reductions, world hunger is again on the rise. Youth, millions of young people around the world are taking to the streets, demanding action, and yet we see very little of the action we so desperately want and need. Half the world continues to be malnourished. No country has yet reversed the global trend of obesity. Deforestation continues to rise, and some are saying we now live in the early stages of an age of extinction. Pretty terrifying. So seriously, what is the holdup? Why are we not seeing progress? Why do leaders, as we said yesterday, not see that our house is burning down? Why are we not acting more quickly, running further, faster together? Well, that's really what this morning is about. We've got an incredible lineup of 3 panels and 2 speakers. And I'll be your host for the morning. My name's Sandro. I'm the CEO here at EAT. We'll kick off this morning with an incredible speaker, Greg Siegel, photographer, who's come to us this morning from the US. Greg was profiled in Time magazine in May in an incredible piece that was called What Kids Eat Around the World, and he's about to share this piece of transformational photography and art with all of you today. He studied film and photography in California and the Institute of Arts. He's done an MFA at New York University and an MA at the University of Southern California. Worked in many places around the US, in many of the most prestigious photography houses and organizations. In 2018, he was the recipient of the Food Sustainability Media Award by Reuters, together with our friends at the Briller Center for Food and Nutrition. And just earlier this year, in fact, only a month ago, fresh off the press, his monograph, The Daily Bread, was published by Powerhouse Books. So it is my absolute pleasure to introduce the incredible photographer and changemaker, Greg. Give him a big round of applause.
Wow, I hope I can live up to all that. It's great to be here, and I'm glad to see it's filled in a little bit. We had about 12 people here 10 minutes ago. I think it was the 12 people who were not at the silent disco last night. So I'm really pleased to share my project, Daily Bread, with you. But before we talk about food, I'm just going to touch on garbage for a second. A few years ago, I asked family and friends and neighbors and anyone else that I could convince to save their garbage for 1 week and then lie down and be photographed in it. And I was astounded by the amount of packaging that comes with our food. We've grown totally dependent on the industries of eating and cooking, and the result has been this massive increase in waste. So I started thinking about how our diets have been impacted by this revolution, really, in the way that food is produced and consumed. And it struck me that we don't give enough thought to what's in our food because we're not the ones making it. It's that simple. I thought, what if we kept a journal of everything that we eat and drink for 1 week to really bring our focus onto food and take ownership of our diets? I focused on kids because eating habits start young and they last a lifetime. And if you don't get it right by the time you're 9 or 10, it's much more difficult as you get older. There's been a lot of press about obesity, and I think the news is often oversimplified. Articles about obesity are often accompanied by photographs of greasy fast food, as if to suggest that no obese person ever eats a vegetable. I found that kids' diets are more complicated and nuanced. Cooper from California eats sushi and salads and salmon with edamame beans, but he also eats large cheeseburgers and French fries and pizza and chocolate chip pancakes at the bottom of the frame with a really large pat of butter. In Kuala Lumpur, 8-year-old Beryl eats fresh dragon fruit and pineapple and wholesome homemade soups with plenty of seaweed and fish and tofu and greens. She also eats Kentucky Fried Chicken and chocolate cookies and packaged cream crackers. So the children I met have distinct personalities and a diversity of hobbies, and yet they're often eating in eerily similar ways. Let's look at a couple of boys here. This is Paolo from Sicily and Isaiah from Los Angeles. Now, in the past, a Sicilian boy would have had a completely different diet from a boy in LA, but now their diets are converging. Both boys eat French fries, burgers, pizza, pasta, white bread. They live continents apart, but it's as if their parents were shopping in the same global superstore. One of the surprising lessons from this project is that the best quality diets are often eaten not by the richest, but by the poorest. In the US, the biggest consumers of junk food are the poor, but in Mumbai, it costs $13 for a medium Domino's pizza, which is way beyond the means of most people. Anshal lives with her family in an 8-by-8-foot aluminum hut, and her dad earns less than $5 a day. And yet Anshal eats a pretty wholesome diet of okra and cauliflower curries and lentils and roti, which her mother makes from scratch on the floor of their hut with a single kerosene burner. Shraman lives in a middle-class Mumbai high-rise and eats very differently. His family's extra income allows him to eat at Domino's Pizza, and he eats fried chicken and treats like Cadbury bars and Snickers bars. In 2015, Cambridge University conducted an exhaustive study ranking diets from around the world, from least to most nutritional. Remarkably, 9 of the 10 countries are in which continent? Anybody want to guess? Not Asia. Africa, that's right. So it seems counterintuitive that some of the poorest countries have among the healthiest diets. But when you look closely at what they're eating, it makes sense. Fresh vegetables, fruits, nuts, seeds, grains, fish, and legumes, and very little meat and almost no processed packaged foods. But corporate food is finding ways to profit from even the poorest consumers. They're reaching ever more remote places, too. In Brazil, Nestle is hiring micro-entrepreneurs who are mom and pops who peddle cheap processed goods through small villages. A generation ago, Brazil's poor were underfed. Today, 57% of the population is overweight. One region that Nestle won't reach, fingers crossed, is the Xingu National Park. It's an indigenous territory of Brazil. Its biodiversity is protected from encroaching cattle farming and deforestation. The park is in the south of the Amazonian basin and is home to Kawakani and her tribe, the Yalawapiti. Kawakani's daily bread is manioc, which is a potato-like root that's ground into flour and used to make beiju, which is a sort of cassava pancake. And Kawakani wraps fresh fish that she catches in the Xingu River with this beiju. When you're hungry, she tells me, you just go to the river with your net. Adamilson lives in the Cerrado, which is a tropical savanna east of the Amazon, just a few hundred miles from Kawakani. Now, there are many foods that kids around the world love and eat, which are totally foreign to Adamilson. He tried a hot dog when he went to the city, and he hated it. He'd never eaten pizza before coming to the studio to be photographed. Adam Nielsen is holding in this photograph buruchi, which is a wild palm from the Cerrado that's rich in carotenoids and antioxidants. Indigenous people call it the tree of life because of its many uses. The wood is used to make homes and handcrafts. The leaves are used to build the roof. Fibers are used to make textiles. The orange pulp of the fruit is eaten. And even the seeds aren't wasted. They're cold pressed and the oil is used as sunblock. For me, photography is a process that invites reflection, not only from the people that I'm photographing, but from the viewers as well. And while I was photographing Advita, her father was standing over my shoulder looking at the pictures come up on my monitor. And he shook his head and he said, "I cannot believe Advita is eating all that junk." I'm going to have a talk with her mother. And then I had a single mom in Los Angeles who took one look at all the junk food in her daughter's diet and immediately blamed her ex-husband. Except for that bowl of broccoli right there, that was the night she was home with me. So I have parents blaming each other all over the world because of this project, which tells me that maybe it's working, it's starting a conversation and maybe even moving the needle. Can you guess what % of our calories come from vegetables in the United States? Anybody want to hazard a guess? 5%. That's ambitious. Yeah, less than 1%. Less than 1%. And looking at all of the kids' food that I photographed, not just in the US, but all over the world, greens were consistently absent. Daria loves bacon and pasta and mint chocolate chip ice cream and popcorn, but she won't touch fruits or vegetables of any kind, not even applesauce. Parents often say, "My kids won't eat vegetables." They throw up their hands, and I put the healthy food in front of them, but they only like pizza. If you give kids the choice, they're going to choose salt, fat, and sugar over leafy greens, right? Because salt, fat, and sugar appeal to our deepest primal cravings. But if you don't introduce the whipped cream frappuccinos at age 7, then sauteed spinach with a little butter and salt isn't bad. Thankfully, there are communities around the world where slow food has not been replaced by junk food, where home-cooked meals are the bedrock of family and culture, and where love and pride are sensed in the aromas of stews and curries. When I look at this photograph of Amelia from Sicily, I'm struck first by how vibrantly colorful her foods are. In the Mediterranean, I found that people are willing to spend a larger percentage of their income on fresh foods from the farmer's market, rather than filling up their freezers with packaged foods. Outside of a single pizza box, you don't see any packaging in Amelia's meals. Everything is homemade, which is pleasing to the eye and easy on the environment. The more that we prepare our own meals from whole foods, the less waste we generate, which brings me full circle back to the first project I showed you. I want to close with an old adage that goes, "The hand that stirs the pot rules the world." Well, when the hand stirring the pot is more interested in profit than in our well-being, it's time to demand healthier options. And whenever possible, stir our own pots, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Greg. Provocative way to start. Some would say you were stirring the pot. No, just again, too early. Okay, I get it. We've been on a bit of a journey this morning. We've been around the world. We've seen in such vivid colours what different children are eating. And I'm very, very excited by now the next panel that's going to join me on stage. We have 3 incredible experts, thought leaders, change makers from different parts of the world. First up is, please come and join me, Marika Nomura, the Senior Advisor for the Japan International Cooperation Agency. Come and join me here. Thanks, Marika. Professor Boyd Swinburne, Professor of Population Nutrition and Global Health at the University of Auckland. Welcome, Boyd. And last but definitely not least, Mamemi Morlai, Nutrition Division and Focal Point at the Ministry of Health in Liberia, and the Scaling Up Nutrition Movement Focal Point member. So big round of applause.
Thank you.
So I'm very excited by this panel, which is focused on fighting malnutrition and malnutrition in all its forms. We've just seen all of the different faces and challenges of malnutrition around the world. But I'm also struck when we were talking yesterday by how well the different challenges are represented in the three of you and the countries that you have come from today and the work that you represent. So I'd love you to introduce yourself, and then I'd love you to paint a picture of what malnutrition looks like in Japan, in Auckland, and in Liberia, so that we can get an understanding of how the different forms of malnutrition are emerging or co-emerging around the world. So first, over to you, Marika.
Okay, thank you, Sandra. My name is Marika Nomura. I'm from JICA, Japan International Cooperation Agency. I'm a senior advisor on nutrition and health. JICA is a ODA agency, implementation agency, under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, government of Japan. So I'm not familiar with the speaking English on the stage, so let me read my memo. So what I would love to emphasize here today is about the experiences on overcoming malnutrition in our history over 70 years. You know, as you know, Japan is one of the countries that have longest life expectancy in the world. And also our obesity rate is the lowest among the OECD countries, member states. So what's the pathway of this achievement of statistics over the 70 years of our history? So there's no single silver bullet, but there's some tips from our history. So right after the World War II, we were very starving. Only 4 months later, World War II in 1945, Ministry of Health conducted a community-based nutrition survey with limited stored resources. We didn't have human resources, money, and of course knowledge, because all the situation, the function was collapsed. But since then, up to now, Japanese National Nutrition Survey is one of the oldest nutrition survey in the world. All the policies, measures, and implementations are based on this nutrition survey. And second is in Japan, we have the universal school lunch program. Current school lunch program is not only for the nutrition improvement, but also the education itself. So children in Japan foster their eating habit or healthy behavior or a sense of the importance of food from their primary school through the school lunch program. And another thing is dietary guidelines that I want to emphasize. We developed the first version of dietary guidelines in 1970s. But what was the important is the dietary guidelines is authorized by the three ministries, Ministry of Health, Agriculture, and Education in 2000. Year of 2000. So can you notice that these are all double duty actions, which is a win-win solutions tackle with the undernutrition and the overnutrition. So this is a way. And one thing more I want to explain. And the nutrition transition model illustrated by the Professor Barry Popkins in the United States. We were at the stage 3 at the moment, but shifted to stage 4 or even 5 in only some decades. So this is, I'm sure, much faster than the Western countries experienced before. So the lessons learned from our experiences, we should look at the future, and we did, as we did, and we should prepare for it. So this is my simple message.
Thank you very much, Marika. And I'm a bit of an epidemiology nerd, so I love the fact that you brought the nutrition transition into your talk, because we are talking about a transition that all of the planet is on together. slightly, different, less interventionist than the transformation which we need to see. But we're on this transition, we're on this kind of constant dynamic change. And you described very well the situation in Japan, which is very different than with some of the lowest obesity rates in the world from the part of the world we come from, Boyd, unfortunately. Your country's doing a lot of things very well at the moment. And again, congratulations on your head of state. We're very jealous in Australia. But you're in a similar stage of the nutrition transition, that sort of the latter phases and all of the epidemiological outcomes that we see with that, the transition from infectious disease to NCDs. But you have a very different picture in terms of the epidemiology of the disease burden in New Zealand and the rates of obesity. Can you introduce yourself and tell us, because you're a world leader in this space, tell us a little bit about what's happening in New Zealand.
Okay, thanks, Sandra. So I'm Boyd Swinburne, University of Auckland, and my interest is in obesity prevention and food policy, and I recently co-chaired the Lancet Commission on Obesity. So New Zealand's a beautiful little country in the bottom corner of the world. It has a great reputation for being clean and green, but unfortunately our cows and our deforestation and our waterways do not stand up to that. The food system is actually degrading our environment incredibly. So the state of nutrition, or the state of food, I'd prefer to say, in New Zealand, we like being on the podium, winning medals, but not to be on the obesity podium, and we have the third highest rate of obesity in children and in adults of OECD countries, and we have incredible inequities with these health problems, with diabetes and obesity having very strong socioeconomic and ethnic gradients. So it's having a huge impact on health. Our food system has a great impact in a positive way on our health. We mustn't forget. I mean, New Zealand had the highest life expectancy for 50 years up until the Second World War, based, I think, largely around a healthy environment and good access to good food. So we're trying to get back to that stage. But so we do have good health, but the obesity and diabetes is a problem. But when you talk about food in general, so there's the health, the equity, the effect on the environment. It's 50% of our greenhouse gases come from agriculture. And also culture is a very positive thing about food. We've got a very multicultural country and lots of diversity in cuisine, so that's positive. And we make our money, we have our wealth because of our food. So food is absolutely central to well-being, however you describe it, in a cultural way, and equity, and health, and wealth, and so on. So food is central, but there's no central management coordination. There's no food industry. We've just had the world's first well-being budget. So this is a budget which comes not only with all the financial and economic indicators, but with a whole bunch of social and environmental indicators as well. And therefore you have to justify the spending based on all of those things. So that's great. But food was nowhere to be seen, and our living standards, which is the set of indicators for that budget, food's not there. So it's so spread, but it's so central to our well-being. We haven't got that message across, really.
And peace seems like piecemeal sort of a progress,
totally.
Whether it's within countries or across countries. But I just want you very quickly, as a professor of epidemiology, can you explain to us, because there's this misnomer that, and we just heard from Greg, the strong social gradient and that equity I mentioned, people often think that obesity is a disease of the rich. I still hear that in many places where I travel and work. And it's different across the world and within a country like New Zealand. Can you just unpack that quickly for the audience?
Okay, well, if you want it really unpacked, you can take a look at a paper we just published earlier in the year, led by Lindsay.
Everyone's already read it, I'm sure. It's okay.
Talking about the obesity transition, Marika mentioned the nutrition transition. Well, there's an obesity transition as well. And it's a very stereotypical process that countries go through, and it starts off urban, middle income, middle age, high-income urban women start, and then the men catch up, and then the gradient flips for women, the socioeconomic gradient, then the rural population catches up. Men, the socioeconomic gradient is not as marked in its dynamics as women, but it's a very stereotypical pattern. What we haven't seen yet is what we called stage 4, where we come down the other side of the epidemic. And I think coming down the other side of the epidemic will be a very different story to how we got up there. If you look how we got up there with the obesogenic environment, all age groups went up at the same time pretty much. Coming down the other side, it's starting in the youngest kids.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be a strong cohort effect down the other side.
And we'll get to that in a moment. So I just want to quickly, to move on, Mameni, thank you very much for joining us from Liberia. We were talking yesterday about the situation at home. Paint a picture of the challenges you're facing and the work that you're doing through the Scaling Up Nutrition Network and also your work with the Ministry of Health, and also introduce yourself.
Okay. My name is Mameni, and I'm from Liberia. I'm the Scaling Up Nutrition focal point for Liberia. In Liberia, we're really facing this problem of the double burden of malnutrition. On one hand, we have children that are underweight, children that are not growing well. On the other hand, we have women of reproductive age and adults that are overweight and obese. So it's like we're experiencing both at the same time in the same household. Most of the time, you will have women that are overweight or obese. They will now go to give birth, and they will end up having low birth weight babies that will not catch up, compared to their counterpart. So we are really experiencing this both undernutrition and overnutrition together. And some of the challenges that we're facing in addressing this is really having the sectors to not just focus on their own plan or mandate, but to actually come together and collaborate so that in the long run, we can not just prevent undernutrition, but we can do it in the same framework to also prevent the overweight and obesity.
And this concept makes sense. I mean, the sort of Corinna and Boyd and others have, many agencies talking about sort of double duty actions of actions that are effective against undernutrition, but also this coexistence of overweight and obesity that we're now seeing in many countries around the world. And in fact, not just in low and middle income countries. I mean, New Zealand, Australia, Japan has high rates of obesity with micronutrient deficiency, calorie-dense, nutrient-poor diets. Very different, obviously, in the countries where you're working, and it's related to rapid growth in childhood and then the changes in, nutritional needs and metabolism later in life. But are you seeing, as someone who's working in the ministry in Liberia, are you seeing an acceptance or is it changing practice? Are the different communities, the undernutrition community, are they seeing the importance of addressing overweight and obesity and having that as part of their thinking, and vice versa, the overweight obesity? Is this something we're just talking about, or is it actually happening on the ground?
It's something that I think we're still trying to figure out. Now we have the Eat Lancet series out, but we're still trying to figure out the 2013 one that talked about the double burden of malnutrition. As far as it is now, you have a lot of people, when they're focusing on undernutrition, they just want to get the calories in the child, get them to gain weight and all that. And most of the time is not the calories that we want. And on the other hand, people that are trying to deal with these non-communicable diseases, they're not really thinking about it as nutrition. It's more focused on, now I'm able to afford this, so I'm going to do it. So is that a social link to if I make more money, I should eat whatever I want? So I think there's still a disconnect between the two, and I think that's where we need to do more work.
Great, yeah. I mean, you've alluded now to these sorts of trade-offs, and we often see obesity still too much as a zero-sum game. We either have to work on one or the other. Boyd, you recently published, in addition to the Lancet Commission, there was a very important commission published earlier this year focused on the global syndemics of obesity. It started as an obesity series or commission, but you really took it wider to focus on climate change and also undernutrition, connecting those dots and making those linkages. But it also really brought to the fore some tensions and some trade-offs that we're going to have to navigate. So this session is really on why aren't we getting progress. What are the big tensions that came out of that, the uncomfortable truths that came out of that commission that we need to move past?
So I think in terms of making progress, one of the things that report came out that we tried to characterize was this thing we're calling policy inertia. So yes, there's a whole stack of recommendations for undernutrition, for obesity, NCDs, climate change, and they're agreed to at international forums, and they're just not being delivered. And it was actually that insight that all across these areas, we have the actions and the evidence, and they're not being delivered.
The house is burning down, and we're still making dinner.
Yeah, and so it's the underlying drivers, and it's the political drivers. So what are the three components of policy inertia? Number one, opposition from vested interests in the industry. Number two, a reluctance of governments to regulate and tax. They prefer to take the easy, simple options. They don't want to do the battles. And number three, insufficient demand from civil society for policy action. When you take a poll of people like we do in people in New Zealand, do they support restrictions on junk food and marketing to kids? Yep, 90%. And healthy food in school? Yes, of course. And they're just not implemented. So everybody supports them, but there's no demand for them. It's not landing on the minister's desk. And so if you ask me, out of those three areas, which are the ones where we can make progress, I think we have to ramp up our noise as civil society. I think we have to create the demand for action so it lands on the minister's desk.
Mameni, I want to return to you because we had a fascinating conversation about the differences around the conflicts of interest issue and around the issue of trust, which actually was a big component, the kind of almost the byline for me of your commission, Boyd. This total breakdown in trust that we have in the ecosystem between private sector and the public, between public and government, between government and civil society, between civil society, government, public, science, almost every direction. There seems to be sort of less and less trust in the system, which is crucial, obviously, because we need to have coordination, collaboration to move forward. That's clear. But you talked about, Mameni, some very practical examples of where, why trust is maybe being eroded in your country and some of the challenges you're facing that relate to what Boyd just talked about. Could you talk us through some of those experiences?
Yes, we really have a problem, I can say, when it comes to the interaction between the sectors, and I think it's mostly depending on interests. I know we were trying to support the Code of Marketing for breast milk substitute, for example, and we're trying to get lawmakers engaged and inform them as to why they need to pass this law so that we can be able to promote breastfeeding. And on the other hand, we had infant formula companies, and we have milk producing companies that were calling these decision makers to fancy dinners to kind of introduce their products and encourage the use of their products. So that right there was like a clash that we were having, because not only were they more focused on economic gain, we were trying to focus on the development of the population. And I think too, in countries like Liberia, when companies go in, they forget to implement some of this social corporate responsibility because of weak systems. So they put it one side and do what they want to do. In the long run, it affects the people that are there. But at the end of the day, they're more concerned about making profit, not really developing the population where they work.
And what do you think are some of the solutions at the country level?
I think some of the solutions at country level, government really need to tighten and strengthen its own system so that when these products company come into country, they not only come to do business, but at the end of the day, they should be able to also benefit the people that they're doing business with. So I think we need to strengthen our system because they're taking advantage of the weak systems.
And Boyd talked about the lack of coordination across civil society, and breastfeeding is a great example of a double duty action. In fact, it's probably a quintile duty action. That's sort of an everything duty action, but difficult to achieve, and all sorts of challenges for women in practical senses in real life. How is the response from Sun in terms of trying to really build a coalition around some of these critical multi-duty actions?
Well, the response from Sun in trying to address this duty action has to do with bringing together what we call the multi-sectoral platform, where we have people from civil society making noise about why government needs to enact these laws. And we have different line ministries telling them you don't just focus on your own sector mandate, but for example, in the agriculture sector, you need to make sure that whatever you're producing to meet our demand, it should be diverse, and letting health know to create the demand through most of the primary care services. And coming back to education, working with school-aged children. I really like the first speaker when he talked about children, because those behavior change, we need to start informing the children so they can start learning these things before they become adults. And I think really the Sun movement is supporting this multi-sectoral platform to create that environment where all the sectors will not just talk to each other, but be able to identify solutions moving forward to work together.
And Sun increasingly is working on all forms of malnutrition, aren't they? They've come from more of a genesis in the undernutrition space, but very much focused on all forms now.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. We're running out of time. Time always escapes us. Good fun, great discussion. But Marika, I want to bring it back to you because 2020 is a very big year for nutrition. Many of us are pinning our hopes on some very bold action. I don't want to put you on the spot too much here representing JICA and not necessarily the wider views of the government of Japan, but I would love to hear, why is 2020 a big year and what can we expect to see from Nutrition for Growth?
We've just started the discussion about the Nutrition Summit 2020, but here's just some information I bring. So the Japanese government promote human security and the universal health coverage, UHC, and nutrition is one of the key elements to achieve UHC, as you know. And it is important to take nutrition-sensitive approaches in all health sectors. So Japan will hold in 2020 the Nutrition Summit, Nutrition for Growth, when the Tokyo Olympics are held. The time will be not determined yet, but very late of the 2020, maybe the November or December in 2020. So high-level commitment are important for solving issues, and the sector collaboration, including health, agriculture, commerce, education, and sanitation, is essential for improving the nutrition, we know. So the implementation system at the site, especially mutual cooperation, is necessary. So at the Nutrition Summit in Tokyo the next year, a wide range of stakeholders, not only the government, but also the NGOs, NPOs, and other organizations, make high-quality commitment of both domestic nutrition policy announcement and also the international funding announcements important. So that Japan will make efforts for the success of the Nutrition Summit 2020 in terms of the announcement of the high-quality commitment. This is a message. So we would like to cooperate with all of you here today for the success of the Nutrition Summit next year, 2020.
Fantastic. Well, that's great news. I did hear a rumour that you're going to replace the Olympic rings with SDG circles. Is that true? Can we get a commitment to that?
I didn't know that.
And can one of them be an EAT logo? No, I'm joking. So we have a few minutes left. Boyd, you are an avid tweeter. I'm going to assume the others are too. But very short, what do you want to see? What are 2 or 3 things you want to see from Nutrition for Growth in 2020? We have the incredible opportunity of having Marika here. What do you think we need to see in 2020 for it to be a success? And then, how can we all in the audience and here at EAT make sure that happens? What would be success for you from 2020 Nutrition for Growth?
Yeah, so we just talked about this in the side event this morning about what's needed, and I mentioned my bias about ramping up civil society demand and action, because if I had money to put on the table and wanted to get action in nutrition, personally I'd put it into advocacy to get civil society ramped up to get the policies rather than programs where you're sort of delivering products and so on. So that's what I would put it into. In the Lancet report on obesity, we called for $1 billion to go across the world to get advocacy in 100 countries for policies to support undernutrition, obesity, climate change. Transform the food system, yeah.
And because we've seen examples, successful examples of this, where sums have been put towards civil society sort of coalition curation, and in quite a sort of quiet way, but with very successful results.
Quite a noisy way, actually.
Well, the money was injected in a quiet way, but the outcome was very noisy and quite transformational, but we haven't really seen it across the issues, have we? It's mainly been around climate change on its own or obesity on its own, Mexico being a great example.
I think the model is there, that if the civil society, which is fragmented, low resources...
A global fund for civil society coordination and action.
Absolutely.
Led by Boyd Swinburne. Okay, and Mamini. What would you love to see from Nutrition for Growth?
I would like to see that country will actually reflect on their commitment they made in London, and to also take stock of those commitments, because often, I know for Africa, people will go to these meetings and make commitments, but when they come back, nothing is domesticated. So I really liked for each country to not just reflect on their policy commitment, but also their financial commitment, and to continue the momentum around Nutrition for Growth.
I love it. And again, Marika, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you take your JICA hat off for a moment and just speak as yourself, is there anything that you would love to see from Nutrition for Growth? Or maybe if that's a bit difficult to answer, how can we be helpful? Maybe that's an easier question. How can we be helpful to ensure that, next year is a success under Japan's leadership?
Yeah, again, we've just started the discussion. We just determined that time. So, but yes, we need your help. We need your cooperation. Not only the government, relationship, but also the comments from the civil societies we need to promote the nutrition improvement. But also not only the nutrition improvement, but we go forward to prevent obesity or lifestyle-related diseases or NCDs for all forms of the malnutrition. So we welcome the government of Japan, welcome your comments and opinions, and from each, of course.
A great message of welcome collaboration. Our time is up. It's disappeared. I'm sure you're all very surprised, as I am as well, to see the red screen telling me to get off. But you guys have been amazing. I knew you would be. It's been a pleasure. A big round of applause for our panel. Thank you. We'll just... one more round of applause as they walk off. That was fantastic. All right, as we... okay, sure. I've got 3 things that have been written on a card for me. I'll read the last one first. I look great. Thank you, team. I have a great team. Second one is hashtag EatForum19 if you want to tweet, Instagram, WhatsApp. I don't know what the kids are doing these days, but whatever else it is, it's hashtag EatForum19, one word. And also there are some seats up the front. So if you're not just loitering, if you're coming to join us, don't be shy. Come and take a seat up the front. Where all the action is. I promise. When I pick on audience members, I always pick on audience members at the back. So don't think that by not sitting in the front row, you're going to avoid the wrath of Sandro. It just doesn't work that way. So I'm very excited to introduce the next panel. I know I said that about the last panel, but I am very excited again because the next 2 speakers are not only transforming a very big problem in the world. A third of the food that we produce is never consumed. It's wasted in pre-market in the form of food loss, massive economic losses to the most fragile economies and communities around the world, and in our parts of the world, in Sweden, Australia, America, very often it's aftermarket in the form of food waste. And these 2 are champions of reducing particularly the latter, but doing it in a very novel way. We hear this sort of dichotomous discussion of private sector, and a lot of trust has been eroded between private sector and civil society, as we've already heard. But I think these 2 are fantastic examples of not only creating action, but also really rethinking the business model in a way that we can create impact and also thriving economies where we need them. So please join me on stage. We have the incredible Ronnie Khan, CEO and founder of Oz Harvest. Hello. Oh, yeah, I'll give you. You told me yesterday you don't shake hands, you only hug. So
Well, you gave me your
I know,
arm.
that was, sorry about that. There we go. Good. Oh, that was a long one. I like that. And David Jackson, head of marketing for Winnow. I'm going to give you a hug as well. Great. So many hugs. Free hugs for those sitting in the front row, by the way. Okay, so I want to start by asking you just to explain. Well, first of all, actually, we need to say congratulations, Ronnie, because you were acknowledged last week by the Queen of Australia, who we share with the UK, for your services to our country, which is an incredible honour, and a big round of applause for Ronnie. Well deserved. Despite your accent, you are Australian, and I claim you wholly and totally. So, Ronnie, let's start with you. I would love to hear a bit about Oz Harvest. You are a sensation in Australia. Please tell us the journey you've been on.
Okay, very briefly. So I started Oz Harvest because I wanted to know what my purpose was, but also because in my business world, I had a problem. I was an event producer, and every one of my events had masses of food left over. And so there was this issue, what do I do with the leftover food? So very quickly, I decided to start a food rescue organization like everybody does. And the idea has somewhat been successful because 115 million meals later, I think we can say it wasn't such a bad idea.
Yeah.
But I guess what's really important about what we do today is that we're very much activists, change makers, and so education is crucial to minimizing food waste. So on the one hand, we collect food from businesses and deliver it to vulnerable people, to over 1,300 charitable organizations every single day, from over 3,500 food donors. But education and all of us shifting our behavior is what is going to fundamentally change the way food is valued, food is looked after, and how we shift and change this enormous issue of a third of all food going to waste. And innovation. So I guess what we constantly do is look at different ways to share this issue so that it's engaging, so that everybody can come on board.
That's what strikes me, Ronnie, is I mean, you're doing amazing work in terms of you're creating impact, but what I also love is that you sort of take almost like a tech startup approach. You're constantly reinventing yourself, you're iterating and changing and learning, you're coming out with new products and new ways of doing business. So you're reinventing the kind of very models by which we can deliver impact.
Absolutely.
Through philanthropic funding, social impact funding. You've just launched another business, a for-purpose, for-profit business. There are now orange juice vending machines all over Sydney using oranges that would have gone to waste otherwise, and the money going back to Oz Harvest. But can you tell us a little bit, I mean, where did that business thinking come from? Because that's often a missing element in scale and creating change. We have great people in public health or environmental science who want to create change, but where does the entrepreneurialism come from?
So first of all, I'd never started a charity in my life. I'd been in my own business. So I came into this world of charity with a business mindset. I never called ourselves a not-for-profit. I've never heard Microsoft, I've never heard Nestle say they're a not-for-loss. So why should we be a not-for-profit? We have profit, we just measure it differently. So from day one, we wanted a value proposition to any dollar that was invested in us. And so for me, it was about solving problems, not just putting a panacea to them or putting a Band-Aid. So I want to put us out of business. And in order to do that, I have to minimize food waste. But in Australia, which is one of the countries, is where we started, we're now in other countries, there are 4 million people who need food relief. And so my job is, if I'm minimizing food waste, I also want to upskill them. So we have educational programs that deliver impactful ways that we can affect youth homelessness. We provide education skills. We've got education programs that are curriculum ready to go into schools. So we're looking at every way that we can tackle the problem. And thanks to us, Australia committed to halving food waste by 2030 in line with the UN SDG goals. So now I'm very active on getting our country moving on what it's going to take to deliver and achieve that.
Fantastic. Yeah, as our previous panel said, it's easy to make commitments. It's hard to make action, but that's where you come in and you're proving it's possible. David, you're another great example of an entrepreneur and taking an entrepreneurial spirit to a big systems-based challenge. Can you tell us about Winnow and how it came to be? And then I'm going to ask you about a very exciting new collaboration. But first, tell us about Winnow.
Sure. So Winnow helps chefs in large kitchens like staff restaurants, hotels, cruise ships, casinos, to run more profitable and sustainable operations by cutting food waste in half. And we do that by putting cutting-edge artificial intelligence into the hands of chefs. We were launched 6 years ago in London. Fast forward to today, we have operations in 40 countries. We have offices in Singapore, Dubai, Shanghai, Eastern Europe, and the US. And what we're finding is that when we arm chefs with the insight to understand where food waste is happening, we make that process very easy, that they can identify where too much food is being produced. So to take Ronnie's example, in a conference like this, chefs are being asked to make really complex forecasting decisions in stressful environments with imperfect information. So how can we help them improve their ability to forecast and actually spend less time cooking food that will ultimately be kind of thrown away? From a kind of financial proposition, we see that food costs can be reduced by anywhere between 3% to 8% in the course of a year.
Wow.
And we'd expect across the board, regardless of the type of kitchen, as long as they're producing food in advance and at scale, that we'd be able to cut food waste by 40 to 70% within the first year.
Wow. And again, it's that kind of mix of entrepreneurialism and social impact. I love it. Can you tell us a little bit about your latest partnership with a little-known Swedish furniture maker that probably no one's heard of, but you can tell us about?
Well, when you think about IKEA, you obviously think about Billy bookcases, but the truth is that they're one of the biggest restaurant kind of operations in the world.
They
serve 650 million customers in the
How many
restaurants.
meatballs is that?
That's over 1 billion meatballs.
Holy moly.
But they're obviously diversifying now with veggie balls, which is what we want to see as well. And we've been working with IKEA since 2015. We've been putting our technology, which is a set of digital scales and a tablet that goes next to the bin, automatically weighs the food being thrown away. And then we create analytics for the teams to be able to pinpoint, okay, well, what is the one thing that we should be doing differently today versus yesterday? And where should we be focusing our attention to reduce waste? And for the last 2 years, we've been asking ourselves, how do we bring the same type of technology that you would have in a driverless car, or the kind of facial recognition software in your iPhone? How can we bring that into the kitchen and just automate the whole process? So our MVP was literally a camera.
Minimum viable product for those who are not...
Thank you very much. A minimum. So our kind of early test, if you want, was literally sellotaping a camera above the bin in IKEA in Wembley. But what we were able to do with IKEA, now with a couple of retailers and hotels across the world, is develop a predictive model. So when food is thrown away, a picture is automatically taken, and then we can predict now to a better level of accuracy than humans what was thrown away, how much it cost, and we're able to then feed that back in real time to the team. And we think that this is the way that in the future all kitchens will run. The financial benefit, not alone, not to mention the kind of environmental benefit, will be so substantial that it won't be possible to run a kitchen and compete. Given the financial benefits. And in the same way that we can't imagine a kitchen now, without refrigeration, in 10 or 15 years' time, we believe that you won't be able to imagine a kitchen without this type of technology, which will minimize waste and effectively solve for the problem of food waste. And ultimately, give chefs more time to do what they do best, which is to make amazing food, and not spend time either kind of recording stuff manually, sitting in front of computers, or ultimately cooking food that would have been wasted.
So I want to take a step back for a second, and then I'll come back to the questions of how you've been so successful. But how have we got to a point where a third of food is wasted, and particularly aftermarket, because that's where both of you are focusing your efforts, and that's where the majority, so food waste. Ronnie, I know we could speak for hours,
Yeah.
but how have we got to this situation?
So our grandparents who had different experiences understood they could use their senses, had the confidence to understand that you would use something till it absolutely was not usable or find a way to repurpose it. We've lost that ability. We are a consumption society and we are a fast society. So when you put those two together, you want quick wins and you want easy. And so...
Is it lack of time, a lack of knowledge? I mean, because it costs money.
Absolutely.
You're both showing we're throwing good money away. Many of us are struggling to, balance the budget.
Research shows that the average household wastes the equivalent of $4,000 a year.
Wow.
Which is a holiday.
Yeah.
Which is, there's a lot you could do with that. 1 in 5 shopping bags we throw away. And I think it's because we've lost the connection between food and how it's produced. We alienated from the whole process. A child walks into a supermarket, there's a pile like this, and we want the beautiful ones, and we blame supermarkets. But supermarkets only put on shelves what we buy. And we blame supermarkets for the packaging. I'm very close with the CEO of one of our major 1,000-store supermarkets. And quite honestly, if we walked with our feet, if we demanded less packaging, we would have less packaging. We just got rid of plastic bags in supermarkets in Australia because we made a noise. But it's up to us, and we can't keep saying, why doesn't somebody else solve this problem? We can write letters, we can make noise, but we have become lazy, we've become distanced from the process.
Yeah, and for those who are interested, there's a fantastic Australian documentary called War on Waste, which I know a good friend of yours and mine also led, and that really brought some key discussions around the issues of food waste and waste from food and that movement. There's something that needed to light the fire around plastic bags, and that became really a movement quite quickly, didn't it?
Yes, but what people don't know is that food waste is 6 times worse than plastic bags to the environment. And we forget that because plastic bags are easy to talk about and food is connected to us in such a visceral way, so we can clutch onto straws. Well, actually, you can't manage without straws. So we can ban the straw, we can do whatever, but we actually need straws that are made from sugarcane or from reusable products rather than say no straws. The health industry needs straws. Old people sometimes need straws. So the solutions aren't just the big loud noise ones. We have to be thoughtful and mindful, but it's education. We've got to teach our children because we've lost that.
Yeah.
And so we've just launched a school program.
We're going to come to that. I promise. David, I just wanted to ask you the same question because, how I don't want to sound sort of naive, but what are the challenges? Because it's you're trying to insert a kind of disruptive technology that allows chefs and the industry to better understand and also act and save with a financial incentive, which is really important because then there's a commitment and long-term commitment, etc. But how is the industry? What are some of the challenges that has led us to the point that we need Winnow?
So food waste is an age-old problem for the hospitality industry, right? And it's a problem of measurement. It's really, really difficult to accurately measure, in particular big kitchens, which are full of complexity. It's really difficult to get accurate measurement over a long period of time. So if you ask any of these big businesses, how much in your accounts do you budget for food waste, they'll probably tell you between 3 and 5%. But we've analysed, so we've worked with over 1,000 kitchens all over the world, and we can analyse that data. And we know that figure for these big kitchens is between 4 and 15%. And in some cases, up to 20% of the food that's purchased is being wasted, right? And so the challenge has been that the businesses are just not aware that they're wasting this much food. They often are referred to the kind of the accounts as the black box in the profit and loss account. And so the reason that we have been successful in scaling a solution to that is that we focus on making it very quick for chefs to register what's being thrown away, and then we present that back in a usable way. So the chef will get a report. The next day it will pinpoint exactly which items, which dishes cost them the most money and where they should focus to reduce their costs and reduce their wastage.
Will there be a winnow in my house anytime soon?
We've put it in homes before. And
Ronnie and I want one.
Yep, we'll put you on the list. So I think in the future, again, it's measurement, isn't it? And I think, when we think about our own behaviours in our homes, often it's because we're just not aware of either what we're purchasing, what we've already got, and that obviously
well, as you
ends up in
said,
the bin.
chefs underestimate. I think people would in their home as well.
It's a bit like the iceberg. All we see is the top of the iceberg, and the issue with food waste is it's what's below the sea that we're not seeing and measuring.
Yeah.
Because, you throw away. How many of us have bought 2 lettuces? Sometimes lettuce is on special. So you buy 2 for the price of 1. So we banned that from our supermarkets. The buy one, get one free, because the end of the week you've got sludgy lettuce in the bottom of your fridge. Now, if you knew you could turn that lettuce into lettuce soup, which you can, by the way, it's beautiful. That's a good thing.
We'll be cooking it right here after the break.
That's a great thing, but most people just pick it up and throw it into the bin, and we shouldn't be buying it in the first place.
So it's easy to, we have 25 minutes to talk about one of the biggest challenges, systemic, structural challenges facing the world, but and it's easy to kind of become quite reductionist or linear. But both of you are great examples of entrepreneurs, leaders who are taking a really systems-based approach. And Ronnie, I think you were alluding to your new endeavour now with working with children. But, it is going to take multiple levers across multiple sectors with multiple partners, multiple age groups, because this is not a simple technical challenge for which we have known solutions. We really need to kind of find the solutions, and they're going to be varied and many. So can you tell us about, was that by purpose? Did you kind of think, I'm going to have to do 15 different things with Oz Harvest to get to the end goal, or was it I started on this and then I realised actually I need to do this and then actually I need to do this? For the budding entrepreneurs, what's your advice?
So definitely I started with food waste, not understanding that, a third of all food goes to waste, not understanding how much it was costing our economy. Once I realised that, I figured, okay, what are we going to do about this? We definitely have to make sure that in the first instance, surplus food, which there is, must go and feed hungry people, because it's unconscionable for it to either go to animals or go to landfill. And then the question was, now how do we shift and change behaviour? So we've been working with behavioural scientists, with universities, to look at across-the-board programs. So we've just launched for the first time our B2C program. So generally we've been working B2B, but now we're looking at all of us. And it's a movement, the Fight Food Waste movement. So we're looking for food fighters everywhere across and around the world, because if we can understand what those people who are already have changed their behavior. So all these people here are aware. So I'm talking to the converted. So we need to understand what it is that you've done, the one thing you've done that has made a difference, and start learning from people instead of me saying, well, here is the solution. This is what you have to do. And so we're looking at creating 1,000 food fighters, working with them, and then creating a cascade and training model going out into the world. Because on the back of that film, we got 50,000 people signed up immediately, but we thought we'd get 5 million. And so we had to humbly step back. But in all ages, so with school, teachers don't really understand sustainability and don't have the time to create programs or create modules. So we work with years 5 and 6. We've created a teacher training module that is online. So we teach it one teacher, and then they can train others. And the principals love it, and it's rolling out currently across Australia. There's information about it if anyone would want.
Very
and then
good.
little babies.
Yes.
Just because it starts at any age, and
How great is this?
And I have a 2-year-old grandson, and we wondered how are we going to teach him. So it's a beautiful book. It's called Lenny and the Ants. It's based on a parable. and
Like
Lenny the kangaroo keeps throwing away his good food, the ants collect it and invite him to a restaurant that they've made all this beautiful food. So that's available, and it's for all ages. It's not just for little ones.
Food waste, Australian fauna, and puns.
Exactly.
What more could you want?
Everything
what more could you want?
in one beautiful book.
David, you're nodding frantically. What do you think? I mean, in terms of how that bigger systems piece, where does Winnow work with others, and where next in that systems challenge?
Sure. So I think we need to, in the hospitality sector, we need to reframe how we think about food waste. So at the moment, we're thinking about it as a problem that needs resources to be solved. And I think at every level, we need to reframe this as an opportunity yet to be realized. So we estimate about $100 billion worth of food is wasted every year in the hospitality industry. About half of that is avoidable. That's a massive opportunity, right? And so the kitchens using Winnow right now are saving $30 million collectively every year, and that's the equivalent of 23 million meals. So it's one every 2 seconds. We're so close to one every second. I'm super excited about that. But if we can reframe this and start having those types of conversations, which require the energy and sometimes the persistence, probably of some of the people in this room, then we can make real system change. And so Winnow, with the advent of our new technology, which you can see at the back of the room later if you're interested, have set a target to save $1 billion worth of food by 2025. And if we can do that, then collectively, we will start to move the whole system forwards.
Boyd, where are you? We've found your $1 billion.
And you didn't mention that we are the redistribution arm in Australia for Winnow, because it's the halo effect of OzHarvest plus a tool that minimises food waste is a perfect partnership.
And I think there are so many amazing things to take away from this discussion, but two that you share again are the very positive nature of the discussion. You know, you're framing it, David, as an opportunity, and you're speaking the language of business. It's an economic opportunity. Yes, it's great for the world. Yes, it's it looks good. Yes, everything else. But for long-term commitment and longevity, there's an economic opportunity. And Ronnie, you've done both. I mean, you framed it as something. It's a movement in Australia. People love OzHarvest. It's a kind of beacon of hope in many ways, and it's also a sustainable, still developing, but sustainable business model. We're gonna run out of time very soon, so I need to ask you, leave no one behind. The SDGs. Who are we currently leaving out of this conversation that we need to collectively engage? David, I'll start with you.
Put me on the spot.
Okay, Ronnie,
I can speak to this. And I'll kind of reference my last answer in a way. We speak the language of business because that's how we push forward change. Yeah. But as Ronnie and others have said in this conference, businesses are full of people, right? And where we have been successful with IKEA and others, it has taken the commitment of individuals to champion this cause. And so I think that's the gap that we need to fill. And so as we think about creating a more sustainable future, as we think about meeting the SDG to halve food waste, it requires activism both inside companies and outside of it. And so I don't want us to forget that. We all work at Winnow because we love food. We think it's too valuable to waste. And that's something I think that is shared by many people. We'd welcome that conversation.
And in particular, you work with chefs, both of you do, but you, David, you're really using the power of chefs as well. Can you maybe speak to that in particular? We have some amazing chefs in the audience. We've had some here all week. We were cooking live on stage at the food festival on Sunday. How is Winnow using chefs to engage those change makers and leaders?
So we're blessed to have thousands of chefs all over the world using Winnow. We see them as the change makers. They are the heroes of the story. We actively encourage them to tell their story. And we really, should be a chef here, to be honest, rather than me sharing our story. And I think that if we can continue to do that, then we actually evangelise not only, obviously, the hospitality industry, but they shape our own behaviour in our homes. That's why Chef's Manifesto is such a brilliant idea. And our job is to provide a tool. We say we don't tell chefs what to do because they're the ones who have the knives. And exactly that's the approach that we take. So with a sense of humility, providing a tool that can help them do their jobs more efficiently and have an impact as well.
I'm suddenly very nervous about the chefs in the audience.
But the beautiful beautiful thing is that chefs endorse our work too. They love food.
And you have a long record of working with chefs.
Oh, we work very closely with chefs because they are now the celebrities and they have a very strong voice, and we use that voice to share the message. But I want to finish on one thing. The way we're going to achieve our SDG goals is through each and every one of us. We are the solution. We are not the problem. We are the solution. It's our voices. It's how we use them. And I have a tiny little story. Can I share it very quickly?
No one can say no to you, Ronnie. I think that's pretty clear by now.
So this is based, actually, it's an excerpt from a book. I won't read the little paragraph. I'm going to paraphrase it. And it's by Amos Oz, who recently passed away. But the paragraph it starts like this. If you were to see a major conflagration or a fire, what we know, I believe, is we all have three options. Option number one is to look at the fire and run as fast as you can and let those who cannot run burn. Option number two, write a very demanding letter to your newspaper, absolutely demanding that those responsible get punished. And number three, find a bucket and take a bucket of water and throw it on the fire. And if you don't have a bucket, take a glass. And if you don't have a teaspoon, take a teaspoon. Because every one of us has a teaspoon. And so what I would like to see is that you all join the order of the teaspoon. I wear a teaspoon in my ear. And I have a teaspoon here if anybody would like to be the first to come and get a teaspoon.
You're wishing you sat in the front row now, aren't you?
Well,
hey! Natasha!
There you go. Take your teaspoon. Yeah, I'm giving out teaspoons around the world. We will collect and connect all the teaspoon holders, but each and every one of us has a teaspoon.
Well, grab your buckets, grab your teaspoons, saving the world one teaspoon at a time. A big round of applause for David and Ronnie. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, Sandra.
Thank you. That was fantastic. I told you it would be good, didn't I? Was I right? I was right, yeah. Okay. Our next speaker, we've been talking a lot about behaviour change, individual behaviour change, and global behaviour change, or global change, transformation. And our next speaker bridges both. Per Espen Stoknes, I hope I said that right. I'm sure I brutalised. No, it was good. Oh, well. Is director for the Centre for Green Growth at Norwegian Business School. He has a PhD in economics, a TED Global speaker, co-founder of Gas Plus. Well, you've got some tough things to pronounce on the paper here for me. Author of many books, Money and Soul, and an incredible speaker. I've watched you online. I've been creeping you on YouTube. An amazing journey and an amazing voice. So as our last speaker before our final panel, over to you. Thank you very much. Round of applause.
Great being here. So, as just mentioned, not too long ago, I gave a TED talk on the psychology of global warming. And now I'm viewed 2.3 million times. And this also leads to criticism, of course. So some critics attribute the idea to me that I only speak about positive thinking and individual solutions to global warming. I overlook the systemic and structural challenges of the fossil lobby and the agro-industrial complex, etc. I don't know about you, but as an academic, I get inspired by criticism. But on the other hand, climate scientists and Earth system modelers are speaking about the global and continuous focus on the planetary scale. So how can we bridge from individual to global levels? And what is the hold-up? One key barrier to engaging people in EAT and climate solutions is psychological distancing. How we hold climate news, the loss of wild animals, soil degradation, ocean plastics, etc., away from our attention by perceiving it and filtering as if it is out there. Distancing happens along space, along time, about impacting others, and it's not my responsibility. So it makes us disengaged. And other nearer things typically feel more urgent, such as our kids, my car, what the boss said today. And while these things fill most of our mind on every day, Earth system scientists speak about the Earth. And despite knowledge about this psychological distancing, globalists continue to speak about the planet, planetary boundaries, Earth, Earth systems, climate, ocean, world, the 9 billion people. All very big and important things. But there's a by-effect. And that by-effect is often helplessness. Little me, huge Earth. Many then withdraw to their own tribe, their family, their location, their house, their traditions. You may have heard about the distinction between two kinds of people. There are two kinds of people. There are the somewheres and there are the anywheres. That's the difference between the people who see the world from anywhere or the whole and the people who see it from somewhere where they belong. And somewheres are often skeptic of those big city-dwelling elites, the cosmopolitans who travel to EAT forums and World Economic Forums to speak about global issues. And while these enlightened elites and anywheres who think planetary scale, they often find the somewheres a little bit limited, maybe backward. So, while many from both camps, however, feel like it doesn't matter at all what I do with my individual actions because it's the planetary scales. They do not connect, or do they? So, when Gunhild Stordalen asked me to give a keynote here, I wanted to highlight some new bleeding edge research that solves this, that I'm not aware of, haven't been spoken much of. So this is my only point today. First, a little bit about the Drawdown project. I don't know if you heard about it, but it's very complementary to the EAT Lancet report. It gives an overview over the currently well-known 100 solutions to profitably reverse global warming within 30 years. And these are conservative estimates. And food is the main category. We just heard about reducing food waste and increasing the plant-rich diet. So, the basic idea that I'm sharing with you is this. It comes from a fascinating new study by Bowmick, McCaffrey, Frischman, Gaffney, and Ruskay, and they call it powers of 10. So the idea is that we start with the individual, which is 10 to the power of 0, 1. But we can do things in groups of 10, and we can do things in groups of 12, and we can do things in groups of 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 1 billion, and 10 billion. Then we're up at the global scale. Where do then the 100 solutions we know about fit in? How many people does it take to create these solutions? Well, they went through all the 100 solutions, such as reducing food waste. We can, for instance, reduce food waste as individuals and as households, but the real systemic food waste needs many more. Not just 1 to 10, but maybe 1,000 or 10,000 people to really scale efficient, circular solutions. Then, regenerative agriculture. Of course, one farmer can start, but it's really about bringing nutrients back into the soil, also from cities. Which means that the entire value chain must be addressed, from organic waste in cities to biogas, the shift away from fossil fertilizers, etc. Communities and collaborations with the city is needed. The researchers estimated that from 10 to about 1 million people is what is needed to realize this, with a sweet spot of a community of about 10,000 people. One more example, educating girls, very important solution both for food and climate, one of the most important ones. You know, it takes a village to raise a child, right? Yeah. So schools must address typically up to maybe like 10,000 citizens' needs for learning. And they need access to work after that if they want to. So I could go on with the other solutions, but now I will show you the cool results from the researchers as they added up all the 100 solutions divided by powers of 10, from 1 to 10,000 to 1 million people. So ready? Here, ta-ta! The coolest graph you'll ever see. So when you take everything that just one individual can do, it adds up to about 40 gigatons over there. There, oh no, it doesn't really work. And if you go to the global level, it's only 70 gigaton. Now, the size of this circle is how powerful it is to solve global warming. The color is how green is how profitable it is. And the size altogether is about 1,000 gigatons, which would really bring us down to reversing global warming. So the real beef is in the middle here, where you have 10,000 people with a whopping 180 gigatons of the remaining carbon budget that we can save. So my main takeaway from this very nerdy abstract slide is, remember the number of 10,000. This is the sweet spot for action. This is where the most solutions lie. Not the one, not the global, but 10,000 people. But also 100,000 and 1 million people when you get to the urban region. And these three levels represent approximately half of the drawdown solutions. With this, we can fix both food and climate systems. So with my short time here, I want to conclude. If anybody starts questioning the role of the individual or get lost in the global helplessness, point out the following. We don't have to wait for the global solutions. We don't have to wait for all individuals coming on board either, one by one. That is a long way to go. And there is no reason to think we only get better one by one. The new psychology lies in acting as communities of about 10,000 people. We're about 1,000 here at EAT Forum. So we're up in the 10 to the 3, right? Getting meta-communities of 100,000 together mobilized, 1 million urbanites together. So maybe it's time to tone down the focus on the individual's actions, maybe tone down a little bit all that talk about the global and planetary boundaries and planet, blah, blah, and start speaking more about what we can do together as communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Per. The science is clear, it's time to act. Well, there is one group that has definitely heard Per's message and the message of the theme of this conference, and that is the millions of young people around the world taking to our streets, our parks, our public spaces, demanding action. And the sad irony that many of us see and often reflect on, that the world we are paving a way for today through the decisions we are or very often are not making is a world that they will in fact lead, inherit and have to deal with. So to look at some of these intergenerational challenges, I am extremely excited. I know I've been excited already, but I'm very excited by introducing our new Director of Communications and Engagements, Biz Gormley. Come up for a second, Biz, join me. So Biz, give her a round of applause. Biz joined us in the EAT team only, 6 months ago now?
Sure.
Yeah, it was about 100 days to the forum.
Yeah, you joined just before the forum, and then we said, great, here it is. We'll see you in June.
No,
and
I got
this
to
is
come
what
into
resulted.
a wonderful team. So.
Yeah, so a big round of applause for Biz. Welcome to the EAT family.
Thank you.
And I'll hand over now to you to run our next panel.
Beautiful,
Enjoy.
thank you. How's everyone doing? I know we came here to be healthy, so maybe we'll shake our shoulders a little, and if you want to stand up, yeah, we're not living humans, so move our bodies and don't get too stuck in the rut, right? I'm really thrilled to bring on 3 folks right now. If Alpha and Rachel will come up. Hugh, come on up with them, please, and we're gonna talk. The name of this panel is The Generation Leading for Change. And as Sandra said, and as everyone has been saying since we got here, we're all acutely aware that young people are in the streets calling for change. But these folks are also in boardrooms. They're also in the fields. They're also kind of in the back end of digital systems that you don't even see, making change happen. So I'm going to ask the panel actually to go down, starting with Rachel, and introduce yourselves. Let us know who you are and what work you do.
Sure. Hi, everyone. My name is Rachel. I'm from Malaysia. So what we do at AgriMatch, for example, it's kind of like Tinder for farming. Bear me here. So what we see in the agri-value chain is that farmers are being heavily exploited by middlemen. And because of that, they're stuck in this whole vicious cycle of debt and poverty. So what we do with AgriMatch is that we allow them to pool their resources together to have a higher collective bargaining power. And we've been operating right now in Myanmar and hopefully in Southeast Asia soon.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Nice, Rochelle. Thanks for having me. So I'm Alpha Senon. I'm founder and executive director of Y Farm. And as the word says, Y Farm, we promote the Y in agriculture. And we sort of pioneer agricultural educational entertainment, better known as agri-edutainment, to ensure that our young people can feed us in the future. So we say that we transform agriculture to agriculture, and we add some swag in agriculture and call it swagriculture. So we sort of created some superhero characters to help us do this. So it's called Agriman, and the female character is called Photosynthesister.
I like that. That's really good.
Nice one. I'm Hugh. I'm from Ireland. I'm co-founder and CTO of a small tech startup called Avoco. So you had Tinder for farmers. We're kind of Fitbit for food impact. So basically, you photograph your food shopping receipt, and we give you a nutrient density per climate impact score for the food products you've bought, and help you track that over time and help you reduce your climate impact every time you shop.
Mm-hmm. So all very cool ways to contribute to the great food transformation. There's a million jobs, a million problems to be focused on in the world. How did you choose to do the work you're doing?
That's a little tough, I think. For me, it was quite interesting because we were part of the Telenor Youth Forum. So it was like kind of like an accelerator where they brought youth leaders together, and we were tasked to optimize agriculture. And me coming from a background where, for example, in Asia, rice is such a staple, we really thought that maybe if we could find a way to revolutionize that, or maybe think about that a little bit more, was something that we went through.
Yeah, for me, I grew up on a farm, but I absolutely hated it. And I always say that I went from zero to hero. You know, I sort of, and it's because I missed the why as a child. You know, and you know, my dad would always say, Alpha, come to the farm, do this, do that. And I'm like, I can't tell him, do we have to do this? I have to go to be obedient. But, you know, I was like, why can't we just get food at the supermarket? Why do we have to grow our own food? So as I grew older, that why reconnected with me. And I thought of a way to start this conversation with kids so that they don't miss the why like I miss the why. You know, so this is my sole reason for waking up every morning right now. And my message of, you know, why farm you say, if you could, you should. Why farm today if you don't too would? Why farm don't play? The earth need food. Why farm I say, serve a greater good.
I think I was in university studying mechanical engineering at the time, and I'd already, I suppose, decided that if I wasn't trying to work on a global challenge of some sort, well, what was the point on almost working on anything at all, given like how many challenges we do have? And looking at climate change specifically, coming from my background, I suppose I was obsessed with the technical solutions, but pretty quickly I realized that a lot of those technologies already exist, and what's really hampering uptake is, well, a lack of political will, but also a lack of, I suppose, engagement from civil society, which we heard talked about earlier as well. So how do you engage people on a very, very complex issue, such as climate breakdown? So, well, we took food as the avenue because, well, everybody eats. It accounts for a large portion of greenhouse gas emissions. But most importantly, what's really motivating for each of us is the opportunity to improve at something. So given the opportunity to constantly improve a skill or competency over a period of time. So with food, we eat 3 times a day, every day. So we've got multiple touch points and a great opportunity for building a new behavior. So that's that's how we kind of got to this.
Cool. So we're gonna jump in deeper onto kind of the potential that this work represents, but I was wondering, Alpha, if you could share the story of how photosynthesis came to be?
Yeah, so it's pretty amazing. You know, when we first launched, we launched with AgriMan, you know, and the entire world, you know, throughout our networks, they were like, so where's AgriWoman? Where's AgriGirl? Where's Lady Agri? You know, so we started pondering, you know, we must get this female character so that we, you know, gender equality and everything. And we took to a camp, you know, where we had some 8 to 10-year-olds, and we asked them to come up with a female superhero for us. You know, we never thought in a million years about the name that they were going to choose. And when we saw one of the groups came up with Photosynthesis, and it's really amazing drawing, you guys should check it out. But she hasn't been launched as yet, so we're about to do some auditions. I feel like we have some photosynthesisters in the room. And so that was really amazing, you know, the level of creativity that these children has. And this is what we try to inspire on a daily basis. And it's just about us starting the conversation with them and not limiting their imagination or creativity, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like, Rachel, you have a team of young people that you're working with. Are you seeing their creativity shine through?
Yeah, but I don't think as much as photosynthesis. Yeah, for sure. I mean, right now we see even in Myanmar, a lot of the youth are going to university to study agriculture and coming back to the farms to help their families own them again. And they are revolutionizing with tech, right? So especially with mobile phones, with apps and new technologies, they're actually becoming more involved in agriculture as opposed to, I think, other countries as well, where they see agriculture not being very popular. But in Myanmar, for example, or Southeast Asia, it's actually becoming on the rise.
Oh, wow. How are you seeing creativity of you show up either in the development of your tool or in being able to understand the complexity of the challenges perhaps in a way that I'm actually quite older than you guys, and so those of us who are older, thanks. Good skin cream goes a long way.
I think a lot of it comes in how we try to communicate information. So say at a conference like this, we have some wonderful speakers from academia and business, and we talk about the scientific concepts and we talk about the trends, but then when it comes to actually communicating to that to a consumer, to a mum who's buying food whilst carrying a child in the supermarket, it all kind of breaks down a little bit. So when it comes to creativity, where I think it's actually really needed, and there is some good work going on, is how you communicate that science in a way that's really actionable. That's really, I suppose, like through nudging or behavioral economics or whatever way that might be. But I think that's where the creativity is really needed to bridge that gap.
Do you guys, we were talking earlier about how having these really amazing ideas and winning these awards and being at the forefront of really innovative work or just really exciting work. Often you may end up on stages, you may end up getting awesome accolades, but there's a lot of resource that still has yet to be invested into this work. And I'm curious if you can talk a little bit about how you think that financial and or other kinds of support could really help leapfrog that creativity to a new level if we were able to pull back the kind of, oh, that's cute way of looking at youth and shift it to a much more partnership frame.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. I think what an interesting experience was, we were partnering with a research institute a while back, and when we went to the heads of the research, they kind of didn't want to talk. They didn't think that, oh, you're just a bunch of kids, it's not going to be anything serious. But what was interesting was that the youth at the research institute was like, you know what, let's give them a shot, right? And things just kind of move forward in that sense. So it's a whole very much collaborative process. And I think having maybe the youth and the slightly older generation being more involved and really trying to be more open to these youth and really trying to maybe just engage with us to actually really understand more, because there could be a potential. And hopefully in the future, like the whole conference has said, right, collaboration is key. And I think for us, collaboration was one of the main aspects. Not so much financials, but collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, similar to what Rachel says, like, you know, initially when we launched AgriMan, you know, we took it to social media and, you know, the message across the globe. And from many of the adults, they would just have sort of seen it funny. So like, that's a great idea, but then, you know, like no real investment. And then, you know, because we always said that the problem is creating youth engagement and the solution is creatively engaging youth. And, you know, so more and more as we started to, you know, win some awards, get major partners and whatnot. You know, it started to be taken a little more seriously, but then it's still like just a humor thing, and not realizing the social change that the AgriMan and photosynthesis that could bring to our world. Right. You know, so one of our big plans is really getting AgriMan to be one of the next Avengers, and you know, really taking it to the big stage in Hollywood or Bollywood or Agri-wood, whichever wood, you know. So we are really planning on getting there. And of course, it takes the support of everyone to be able to get us to that junction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I completely agree with you guys. I think as a small startup, like, you have to be really scrappy and trying to get cash and resources from wherever you can, and that means we spend a lot of our time, I suppose, applying for grants and competitions and that kind of thing. And on the one side, that's a real, I suppose, time sink. You'd really just want to be spending all your time on your business and your product and talking to users and that kind of thing. But say we were really lucky to win the UN Environment Young Champion of the Earth prize last year. And everybody I know then was like, wow, things must be so incredibly successful. But like, you're putting forward an image where it seems to the outside world that everything is going great and it's fine. So it's almost like they feel like, oh, you don't need any more support, or you don't need any more help. So, and I think there's a real gap between, like, we don't measure the success of our business on how many awards we've won. It's like how many users we have, what's their engagement, how their behavior is changing over time. So I think people love to celebrate youth and their successes, but I think there's a big difference between celebrating their successes in like this kind of public way to actually coming behind them with real financial supports and that kind of thing. And I think there's still a big gap there.
Do you guys work with mentors, or do you mentor younger people?
Yeah, for me, I do work with mentors as well as mentor other young folks, yeah.
Yeah, same here as well. I think sometimes with accelerator programs, they actually kind of pair you with a mentor. And it's very interesting because then you get to mentor the next batch of youth that come in as well. Yeah, nice. So it's a whole cycle.
Yeah, we've had, I suppose we kind of go through a series of mentors maybe, depending on what challenge we're facing at the time. And what accelerator program or whatever you're working with at the time, you kind of go through a few. But what's really useful is to have like that one person. You don't have to know them that well, but somebody who will always call you up on not meeting your targets or something like that. Somebody who you're accountable to, I think, is even almost more important than somebody who's just there to pat you on the back.
Yeah. How about the audience? Does anyone here mentor younger people? Hands? Cool. And have you benefited from mentorship yourselves? Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, for sure.
Getting to the spirit of kind of the frank honesty, I'm curious what we can call the group, either watching online or as part of the room right now. What can adults do more of to support the youth, kind of initiatives and work that you either are part of or see happening in the world?
I think, honestly, right now they're doing a great job, but it's just more so of being more open and engaged with the youth. We are the next generation that's coming up. We are the next generation that will be leading the future. I think more so just engaging with us and being able to give a bit of your time for us to talk to you and engage with you. I think that's really something that will be really great.
Yeah, I agree. I think the conversation recently started shifting, so one of the things I always say is that, don't just develop programs for youth, but develop them with youth.
Yeah.
And, it's totally different from just, let me create this platform and give it to these young people, because as I always say, even with my program, You know, I was 10 years, maybe 22 years ago. So I have no idea what a 10-year-old is thinking. And likewise, you know, my senior colleagues, you know, you guys were 50 years, you guys were 20 years, 30 years ago. So a 20-year-old now with, you know, the social changes, technology, you name it, is a total different era. So you know, so it's really about listening to our young people, working with them, and not just for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point about youth as engaging them as a meaningful stakeholder rather than just paying lip service to them. I think in my country, in Ireland, it kind of came to the fore recently where, again, it kind of ties into how people like to celebrate youth without fully understanding what they actually want. Because, say, we had the climate strikes, Extinction Rebellion, and Ireland became the second country in the world to declare a climate emergency. And then less than 24 hours later, our Minister for Climate Change and the Environment issued an oil exploration license for a Chinese company off the Irish coast. And it's like, did you even hear what we had to say? They're paying lip service to us for, I suppose, attention, but what I really want is somebody to like look into my eyes and understand what we need and what we want. I don't want to talk to somebody who's just going to use me for the next press release.
Yeah. What are you guys working on? What's kind of the seeds you have planted that are going to be ready to harvest soon?
Yeah, so right now for AgriMatch, we're going to be piloting a bit more further in September with over 3,000 farmers. And we're really, really thankful because this was with one of the oldest NGOs in Myanmar itself. And like I said, so partnerships was really, really key. And hopefully everything goes well. Yeah.
Yeah, for us, we recently won an award from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and you know, we sort of developing a fourfold project. The most exciting one, well, there's two really exciting ones. All is exciting, but the two top exciting ones is that we're going to launch a program called AMP. It's up TNT, and it stands for Agripreneur Mastermind Program of Trinidad and Tobago. And we want to find TNT's next top agripreneur. So you know, you usually hear about next top model and next top singer. So we want to develop the TNT's Next Up Agripreneur. And then we're going to also do a food and fun fitness museum park at our farm in Trinidad and Tobago, a national space where young people could come and really see food from, the plant to the pack, from the seed to the snack. And, let's understand the entire process along the value chain and really understand the heritage behind food as well. So we sort of think about merging, legacy and modernity. Yes, there's technology, but there's a lot of good stuff that our grandfather and our grandmother taught us about food to really make it organic. And I know now we just put organic on a pack, but we were really practicing organic for many, many years. So we want to bring people back to that heritage.
Yeah.
You guys are amazing.
Yeah.
So at the moment, what we're focused on, so we have a web upload tool. So if you have a food shopping receipt today, you can just upload it to our website, and then we send emails or climate impact reports and nutritional breakdown and stuff for how to improve your shop next time. And we're really still focused on, I suppose, learning as much as we can from that tool and pushing it in Ireland and the UK before then launching the app towards the end of the summer. So that's kind of our focus up to now, and we'll be really focusing then on trying to raise some more serious investment towards the end of summer.
Cool.
Awesome.
Exciting all across the board.
Yeah.
Awesome all across the board. I'm curious what challenge you have that's also coming up that maybe folks in the audience or someone who may be listening on the internet out in the universe, what are the challenges that you need to break through to get to the kind of change that you're looking for, and how can folks come in on that?
I think for AgriMatch is more so reaching more to farmers. So right now what we're trying to do is we're trying to leverage on more networks, research institutes, for example, who already have that network of working with a lot of farmers. So really gaining that user base so that we can actually reach out to them. And right now our app is actually free. We really want the farmers to just be on board and to actually have that higher income. So yeah, I mean, if there's any partnerships or anything, I'm always here. Would love to connect. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, for us, I feel like if we have a hard time getting into like our local Ministry of Education, we want to really create that systemic change via tapping into the ministry so that it becomes curriculum. Our model of starting with the why before the how, and this is tested and proven that you guys should know Simon Sinek. You always begin with the why, and this is the model that we actually use for agriculture. So, once we're able to like develop a really good curriculum, so maybe there's someone in the audience here who's good at curriculum development to sort of help us with it. And one of our big next steps as well is sort of developing a school for agriculture where young people, not so young people, could come to us and understand our methodology. And that will really help us take it to the next level and really break through that entire school education system.
Cool. Sure.
What we think definitely where we'll have the most impact, it's not so much on helping individuals shift their purchasing habits, but it's more on how we can use, I suppose, leverage on how we're changing our behavior to force, I suppose, food companies, or encourage rather, food companies to change as well. So one of the most exciting things about what we're doing, or starting to do now, is when taking, I suppose, the information that people submit through the app in terms of what their purchases and what they would like food companies to do to improve their sustainability, and compiling those into anonymized reports, and then starting to work with food companies and saying, all right, so this is what users are thinking, this is what they'd like to change, this is how consumption is moving, and then consulting with them to help improve their, I suppose, sustainability practices. So we're at the moment talking to a few retailers and food producers, but we're definitely open to conversations with any open-minded, forward-thinking food industry players. So yeah, nice. That would help a lot.
So the title of the panel references change, of course, which we're talking about happening through the work that you're doing, but also leadership. And I'm curious, as we're heading towards the end of our talk, just to reflect on that piece as well. As leaders of organizations, as leaders who are trying to change, bring new ideas to the table as well, I'm curious either how you self-identify as a leader, what's important to you about being a leader, or how you want to continue to develop into like kind of your ideal form of leadership that you're headed towards.
Right. I think having a strong sense of purpose is key. I've been part of startups where we've won like $1 million in funding, but everything, the team, for example, maybe didn't kind of go as planned because people steer too far away from their sense of purpose. And for me, I think it's very purpose-driven, and having that sense of anchor moving forward is very important.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, for me, one of my biggest mottos is like, don't just become a leader to create followers, but be a leader to create more leaders. And thank you. And, encouraging young people to find that I in your idea and that you in your uniqueness so that you would purposefully, live your passion, and it's really, and moving away from business just for profit, but, think about business for also securing our planet, and it's really, it's a thriving time for the world with so many crazy things happening, but we must be able to be an example of good leaders so that other young folks could sort of follow, and then they become leaders in their own footsteps.
Beautiful.
Nice. Yeah, so definitely for any, I suppose, existing businesses out there and leaders, I'd echo that, saying like the time for businesses that solely exist to generate profit for shareholders it's come and past. We're not going to address these global challenges with that model. So I think if I was a business leader of a larger corporation, I'd really be looking at, are my financial goals fully aligned with environmental targets and sustainability targets, sustainable development goals? And if they're not, then I've got some serious questions to ask about my business model. It's not enough to just, I suppose, generate all your profit one way and then pay 5% of it back through corporate social responsibility. That just doesn't cut it anymore. So that's definitely what I'd say for new generations of leaders coming forward, that they have to have full alignment of those two agendas.
And what's it going to look like when we come back here in 20 years? and you guys have breathed all of the life into all the ideas that you have right now, and everyone's funded all of your great work, and everyone's mentored some of the areas to fill gaps. What is success? What does kind of the long road vision for you look like of what you're trying to make possible in the world?
Yeah, for us, it's more so of a huge sustainable ecosystem. I think that's everything that we're all trying to go towards as well, where farmers are not being exploited, where they can actually send their children to school and put food on their table. That's something I really would like to see, and I believe all throughout the agri-value chain, all towards the consumer side, it's a whole sustainable ecosystem that we definitely want to gun for.
Nice.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with Rachel. It's about creating that ecosystem. So for me, we want every child, every boy and girl across the world to know the answer to why farm. We want every child to be able to go to their career days, because when I was a child in elementary school, for the career days, you never saw a farmer there. So we want kids to be able to have math, English, and make agriculture compulsory in the schools, because you need agriculture 3 times a day, and sometimes 5 times a day if you're like me, because we eat a lot. So for me, it's just making sure that child understands the why and why farm.
Yeah, I think for us, it's going to be a change in the way we value food, right? So if we could come back here in, you said 20 years, and every person, when they're making food purchases, that sustainability is one of the key driving factors, then I think I actually think it's a mind shift on that level that we need to really achieve the targets we've set ourselves. So that for every purchase we make, sustainability is a key driving factor. I think that's what we need.
I so appreciate the passion and purpose and energy and focus that you guys are bringing to the work you're doing. Thank you for the vulnerability and truth-telling and honesty. I think personally that those are essential for us to get to any sort of transformation. I do think this grapefruit transformation is going to hopefully make us all a lot more free. So thank you for helping pave that path, and to everyone for participating in today's panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Another big round of applause. Woo! Now, I think there were loads of highlights from that session for me. One would have to be when we broke into rap. I think that's the first time it's happened at EAT. And the second was when, did you notice, just as the words were, we must lead by example so others can follow our path, and then there was a big rumble of thunder. Now, I'm not religious, but I kind of feel like we're onto something. So I'd like to now welcome to the stage some very special guests. You might have noticed this year we have a kitchen stage because we don't just talk about food, we want to eat food, enjoy food, immerse ourselves in food, and of course that involves cooking. So the next session is a cooking segment with Celeste, who you remember from last night, Chef Atadika, and our friends from Crop Trust. So come and join me on stage, Rodrigo and Sierra. Hello.
How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing well, thank you.
Good to see you again. Hello. Hello. So for many of the audience members, Crop Trust might be an unknown entity. Tell me about Crop Trust. What is it?
So the Crop Trust... Is it on? Okay.
It is.
The Crop Trust is an international organization. We're based in Bonn, in Germany, and we have the mandate of safeguarding crop diversity forever. Our work is basically to identify the most unique collections of plant genetic resources for food and agriculture globally, and to ensure that the conservation is up to standards and to fund them forever.
Wow.
And all this system has a backup collection, which you might know, which is the Svalbard Global Seed Vault, high north in the Arctic. So that's also part of this international system. That it's not only Svalbard, it's actually globally.
And this is a big challenge, but you're making a lot of progress. I mean, tell me about what Crop Trust has been doing since we saw you last a year ago in Stockholm.
Yeah, we've had some big developments. We are raising money, like Rodrigo said, to support crop conservation efforts. And we've got about $300 million in our endowment fund now. So that's a good milestone. We still have a long way to go, but we're working day in and day out. We're working with finance as well.
There we go.
I think I'm losing my mic. We have a major project to collect and conserve and use the wild relatives of our crops, which are the species that are not consumed right now, but that are growing on the side of a ditch, are high in a mountain, that can withstand pests and diseases.
Wow.
Yeah, we're doing a lot of really interesting
Very
work.
Indiana Jones.
Yeah, it is very Indiana Jones, isn't
Yeah.
it? And talking of familiar TV characters or movie characters, we have one here. Now, I grew up in Australia, but even I know Pippi Longstocking. What is the connection here?
That's a very good question. Well, we have a lot of strong women here at the Eat Forum, and Pippi was very strong as well.
This is true.
She used to carry around her horse, and she was just known for, always being passionate and exciting. But what did she eat? She ate a lot of cookies and cakes and the Swedish bun.
Is Boyd still here? This is not... No.
And those are all very delicious things, but they're not necessarily what you might think of when you think about a diverse, sustainable, healthy diet. I like to eat cookies just as much as the next person, but they're not very nutritious most of the time. They're made of wheat and sugar. And wheat is a very important staple crop, but it's only one of 30,000 edible crops that we have. And currently, we're only using 4 of those for 60% of our daily calories.
Wow.
Wheat, rice, maize, and potato. And so today we're here to look at what Pippi ate and how we can actually utilize diversity without giving up those foods that we love, like the papakaka cookie, which I know I can't pronounce.
Wow. Amazing.
So the idea is that, for example, spinach is great, but if Popeye had complemented the only spinach diet with some moringa, for example, which provides extra calories and extra strength, or if Bugs Bunny would have added some sweet potatoes to the only carrot diet, maybe our childhood characters would have been stronger and faster and smarter than they are with diverse diets in the plate.
Great. I love it. Well, I'm going to get off stage to leave you guys to it. Chef Atadike, who you remember last night from our wonderful Tuck for Mutton, thank you again for that.
you.
And over to the Crop Trust team for something delicious. And let's get this kitchen cooking.
Nice.
Big round of applause.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks.
Yeah. Yes.
So I took the challenge. One of the reasons I chose this cookie is because in the work that I did, I worked with a lot of Nordic colleagues, and this cookie actually has a few memories, but I'll tell you about it a bit later. The ingredients that we're going to be using, we have teff flour, cloves, cinnamon, ginger, a little bit of cardamom, salt, and baking soda. We also have a little bit of sugar. I've used coconut oil. Traditionally, it would be probably butter, molasses, honey, and I have here almond butter. Normally, it probably would be eggs as the binder. So I think we'll first put in all the ingredients that are a little bit wet and get started there.
And can you tell us about the main ingredient, Selassie?
I used teff. I wanted to, it's the largest quantity of volume in terms of the recipe, so I decided that by replacing it with something other than flour, it's one of the best ways to come up with something that was healthier and a bit more diverse. So teff is a grain that comes from the Horn of Africa, particularly Ethiopia and Eritrea. It has a lot of nutritional value. It has protein, a lot of fiber that I think we all need more of. And so that's just a really wonderful ingredient. It has a nice nuttiness. There are a couple of varieties. This one is the white teff. There's also a brown teff that is available as well.
And you use this in your restaurant?
I use it a little bit, but it's something that's hard to get in West Africa. And so I end up using different grains, but I think that I think it's about 7,000 years that people have been eating teff. So it's something that we need to maintain within our diets. But there are a few interesting facts. I think around 2006, it was made illegal to export teff from Ethiopia because of the challenges with food security in that country. They wanted to preserve it for their local consumption. Now, I think 2015, it became something that was available to the public globally.
What are some characteristics of teff in terms of climate resilience?
It does really well. It does well both in drought areas or like locations where there's not a lot of water, but also does well when there is a bit more water. So it manages the fluctuations in the way the weather works. So it's something that in terms of climate change, we really need to think about. We don't know the shocks that we're going to be getting. So I'm just putting together all the dry ingredients now. And we're just going to warm up the, yes, that would be great, thank you. So these are all the the dry ingredients here. I'm going to set up the machine. If you could just give that a stir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Starting to smell really good.
Yeah. So
you bring up a good point in terms of Ethiopia, because it's one of the most biodiverse countries on Earth, and access and sharing of plant genetic resources is a really big topic, and it's very complex. But our work at the Crop Trust, we consider crop diversity a global common good, and we think that it should be shared freely with everybody. And so we actually are part of the funding mechanism of something called the International Treaty for Plant Genetic Resources for Food and Agriculture.
That's a lot.
So, it's a lot. We've nicknamed it the Plant Treaty. But this treaty, while it can be improved, it has a fund, a benefit sharing fund. So all countries that have ratified the treaty, we're at about 140 right now, can actually share this material freely. And it's really important for breeding, because when you breed more nutritious, climate-resilient crops, you have to use a lot of diversity. And so it's really important to have that freely available under a multilateral system, instead of having to make negotiations with each individual country. And so it's an innovative mechanism. But then if any commercial benefits are derived from those new bred varieties, it goes back to the country.
Fantastic.
So it's trying to make sure that the benefit actually sits with those that have been cultivating it for so many years.
That's wonderful. There's, I think it was last year, there was a court case that was finally settled. There was a Dutch company that actually got a patent for teff. I think around 2000 and I forget exactly which year, but they had a patent for teff, and the challenge was that the Ethiopian government said, how can you have a patent for a grain that's been in our country for decades?
Exactly.
And, well, actually more than that. And so they actually put it into court, and in November last year, Ethiopia won and got their teff back.
Yeah, so, it's very complex, but it's important that these benefits go back to the origin.
So we now have the wet ingredients and the dry ingredients together. We're just going to mix it and see what we get. You want it to come together as a batter. If it doesn't, we'll just add a little bit of water to it to bring it together. So this cookie I made for the first time actually when I was living in Nairobi. And the story is that I had a Finnish colleague who challenged me to a cookie baking contest. And this was the cookie she brought. And I had a Norwegian colleague who brought his daughter. And so we made it together. One of the things I learned about making this cookie is that you have to be really careful. The thinner, the better.
Okay.
And if they're in the shape of a gingerbread man or woman, they have to be thin enough without breaking the neck of the gingerbread person.
I always end up losing an arm or a leg in my gingerbread.
So we're just going to give it one more mix.
So it is important what you say about teff, because in Crop Trust and in general Food Forever, we're always promoting local. So we understand the benefit and the value of eating local. But sometimes there are crops which are grown in particular areas of the world which can really help with malnutrition and other problems in other parts. So being restrictive about global is not the way to go. It's a combination of both. It's about balancing.
Exactly. So it's also about how do we make sure that the economies are moving within those countries by selling globally as well.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So just giving a nice final mix. So the one thing to remember about teff when using it as a replacement is that it's gluten-free. So if you're baking with it, it may not come together the way that you might expect it to. So when doing cakes and things like that, you may need to use something as a binder to bring it together. We've used the almond butter here, but if you wanted to replace the egg with something else, you could use banana, you could use avocado, flaxseed, other things to pull it together. So we've got that, and if you don't mind just clearing that area, we're gonna roll it out and see what we get. So normally you would give it maybe about a half an hour in the fridge. Since we've used the coconut oil, it doesn't need a lot of time to sort of come back together. And the rolling pin.
Yes.
So if this one doesn't come together, it's because we haven't allowed it enough time to rest. So I've got a little backup behind me. So this is where the skill of making it thin enough but not too thin comes in. I just like to do it between 2 sheets of parchment paper so it's easier to peel and get into the oven without having a little disaster on your hands.
This is really cool for us because we've known Selassie since September when you were in New York with us for a Food Forever experience, but we didn't actually get to cook with you, so this is a nice experience.
And I also used teff last time.
You did, yeah.
That time I made tortillas using teff, and we made it, actually it was using roasted cauliflower.
I remember it was so delicious.
Yeah. It's a great way to kind of bring flavors together without adding, I mean, the nuttiness and the flavor of the teff itself adds another layer. So that's kind of the consistency you want on this side. This side is a little thick. We'll just give it a nice little roll and then we're almost done. So it's something that you can easily do at home with your kids and introduce them to something new, actually.
And introducing them to something new is what we're all about here at the Crop Trust and the Food Forever initiative, because we're trying to raise awareness on the importance of diversity, but also just the fact that it exists in the first place. Because before joining the Crop Trust, I certainly didn't know that there were 4,500 different types of potato, and that each one of them are relevant for our food system because they have unique traits, which can build a resilient food system in the future.
And the amazing part is that most of these varieties are now in the hands of smallholder farmers. So suddenly, the agriculture of subsistence, the poor agriculture, one could say, becomes the real competitive value for a country, because in the natural revolution where consumers worldwide are demanding more resilient, better produce that is grown naturally, suddenly the smallholder farmers are the ones that have this wealth. So it is also not only an importance for food security, but also huge opportunity for competitiveness and development.
Right. And how many of you guys have actually tried teff? Okay, great. A lot of people. Normally, I think we would get it in injera. It's fermented sort of as a sourdough before it's used. So this is just another way of introducing it. And I think the more recipes we can get with different ingredients, the more versatile they become and the more interesting they are for us to use around the world.
And that's the power of the chef, because you have this wonderful palette and you need raw, diverse ingredients to work with. And we're working with chefs from around the world to showcase why this is so important for our food system. We actually recently launched a campaign called 2020 for 2020. And the 2020 is relevant because that's the goal for Target 2.5 underneath Zero Hunger in the UN SDGs. And that goal, that target specifically, calls on us to safeguard all crop and animal biodiversity that's important for food and agriculture by 2020. And that's tomorrow, practically. And so we're working with chefs, actually, to get 2,020 chefs on board by the end of the year to say that we're promoting biodiversity, we're adding it into our restaurants and onto our menus, and advocating for greater use and conservation.
Great. So I'm just pulling away.
Do you need some help?
The negative space. Well, I don't think we need to go too far into it, but just pull away the negative space. And then you would get something like this, and then that would go straight into your oven. But I hope that you feel more comfortable using these sort of ingredients. You could replace this, if you're doing a baked good, you might want to do a mix of another type of, like a buckwheat flour or something else to it, to allow it to sort of get the gluten that you might need for a cake or a bun or something like that.
Yeah.
So I think we might have some.
We do have some. I'm ready to taste the cookie. I don't know about you guys.
So we'll get them out because I think it would be nice for you guys to have a taste. You can add whatever spices you want and play around with it. Trying to think.
And it's so easy. I mean, that's what we're trying to showcase here, is that you don't have to make some complex recipe to utilize diversity. You can bake your favorite cookie.
Absolutely. I don't know if anyone has any questions or comments. Are you guys waiting for the cookies? Yes.
What are some of your other favorite grains to work with?
I'm based in Ghana, so we have a lot of sorghum, millet, and fonio as well, and all of those are actually gluten-free. I find that you can use them in so many different ways, and they're very versatile. So personally, I replace rice or I replace wheat with a lot of these ingredients just for different nutritional value and for versatility. So.
Can you tell us a bit more about Midunu?
Midunu, yes. So it's my restaurant based in Ghana. I really try to reintroduce ingredients that are local, that have sort of fallen out of, are no longer as popular as they used to be, and give them new life by presenting them in new ways and just having a conversation about them and understanding more about their value chain. So I think, for example, the millet, the value chain has certain bottlenecks, and looking at how to fix them is something that I do through my chef's perspective and trying to just work on the demand side of these ingredients.
And what do you believe are the main challenges West Africa is facing in terms of food systems?
I think the logistics of food.
Yeah.
I think one of the things that's interesting about sub-Saharan Africa in general is that we have a lot less post-consumer waste. Our loss is really happening at post-harvest level. Once the food kind of enters into a consumer's hands, we pretty much use everything, and every part of the animal or every part of the vegetable. So there are things like cassava where we'll use the leaves for a certain purpose and the root is used in another form. Sometimes it may not be a food application, it might be another application. For example, the cocoa pods are being used for black soap. So they're not actually going to waste. So I think the challenges really are post-harvest loss, and also bringing forward ingredients that are seen sort of as village food, or sort of like what we ate during the lean years, and things that people have stopped eating a lot of things from the in the urban areas, sometimes because they're not able to get access to them, and sometimes because of sort of the stigma that comes with some of these ingredients that are considered a bit more local or a bit more village.
Yeah, we had the same experience in Peru. 50 or 60 years ago, everybody ate rice and wheat, which is not even grown in Peru. It was imported.
Yeah.
And potatoes were considered poor people's food. And well, quinoa even poorer, I could say. And now quinoa is the big superstar international market.
Yeah.
And it is because of chefs and because of international consumers that we in Peru have realized that quinoa is amazing. So sometimes it's,
it has to go around to come back. Yeah.
And that's the power of awareness raising, and why we're doing what we're doing at the Food Forever initiative, is because we want people to start talking about these different varieties and using them as well, because that's a form of conservation. If you demand it, then it's in the marketplace, and these goods they're safeguarded, and that's what we want, and that's what we need for the future of food.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we know what conservation entails in terms of gene banks. That's our expertise. So we know even the number. We know it's economically feasible, it's scientifically feasible, but we know that no conservation effort is sustainable enough if biodiversity is not safeguarded in the fields. And to be safeguarded in the fields, what we need is consumer shifts. So we need consumers to demand more diversity in the plate. And we always say, we have the luck of like eating 3 times a day. So that's 3 times you get to vote. And 3 times you get to vote for diversity.
Exactly. So demand more diversity.
What do you think of the cookies?
Yeah? Thank you.
We should do a live poll.
Well, we also wanted to make you guys aware of this declaration of interdependence that we have, because this is something that you can actually sign if you want to commit to speaking about the importance of diversity. So we have it with us. You can find us at lunch because there's a big program here today, so we don't want everybody to come up on stage. But basically, by signing this declaration, you're just committing to promoting diversity on your plate, through your social channels, and talking about this more. So please feel free to find us at lunch and sign that declaration if you're interested. We'll also be putting it on our website soon, so that there's an electronic place for you to sign as well.
Yeah, in general, just visit us in Food Forever. The idea is that we all share the responsibility of safeguarding biodiversity, but we also share the amazing opportunity of getting to know this biodiversity, tasting it, and understanding it. And it's www.foodforever.org. And we encourage you, if you have projects or if you have initiatives you want to show to us or to collaborate with us, we encourage you to visit us. We're running short of time, so 2020 is just around the corner. This is an SDG target that has a deadline for 2020. So if we join efforts, we will get to the will accomplish the mission of safeguarding the fundamentals of our food forever.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you
very
guys.
much.
Thank
the global food system. We've been having very ambitious conversations at EAT and elsewhere about transforming the food system. And for us, that means that we need to transform policy. Everyone will say we need to have policy solutions as well as all the other type of solutions that we need to have. So given that food policy, as we define in this brief here, which we've just produced, I think there was some around at the back there to pick up as well. Food policy, we define it as basically every policy that affects the food system and that affects what people eat. That is a lot of policy. So when we're thinking about what is actually happening to change the food system at the moment, a lot. There's a huge amount of policy in the food system already. So given that, it's evident that it's not doing its job. If we are to reframe food policy, not just in a neutral way, but in a positive way to say food policy should be solving the challenges of the global food system, those that are created by the food system and which are problems which lead to problems in the food system. So we've been doing a lot of thinking about how food policy needs to change and be done differently. And we came up with a list of principles which are in this brief here, the first in a series of 10 briefs funded by the Wellcome Trust that we've been working on. And they're based on the idea that we strongly believe that we need to rethink food policy if we're going to address these major problems of nutrition, climate change, livelihoods, economies, and so on. And these are not very complex in a sense that they're kind of general set of principles, but they actually have quite profound implications for making decisions. Like if you are making a decision about food in the policy realm, that you have to really start to think differently about how you are making those decisions. And these are the 10 ways which we believe that you need to make decisions differently. And the first one is taking a systems approach. And that is kind of standard language for EAT. But what does it actually mean, taking a systems approach? Our next two briefs, next brief will be on food systems, one after that will be on what taking a food systems approach means. We're then going to have another one on connections and tensions in food systems to try and surface some of this language which we all use, but we think we know what it means, but do we really know what it means for practical implementation of solutions? So when you think about implementing a particular food policy in a particular part of the food system, all it really means is that you need to think that every decision we make in the food system has repercussions elsewhere in the system. So that means that when they were making some very clever decisions, apparently, in the 1970s about investing in productivity to improve the amount of food in the world, they weren't thinking about the repercussions for the environment. It just wasn't on their agendas. They weren't thinking about it. But if they had thought about it, they might have done things differently. Another example might be if we implement a certification scheme for environmental reasons. I think this is a great idea. We're going to improve the environment. Might not think of the repercussions that might have for the smallholder farmers in that region, and that might also be important. In my world, which is around improving diet-related ill health, if we're implementing a sugary tax, we know that the economic operators worry about that because it has repercussions on their business. That is a repercussion that filters through because the food system is fundamentally a connected system. So when we implement policy, we have to think about the repercussions across that system. And the way that we've done food policy for the last decades is to do it in silos in such a way that we haven't taken those kind of interconnections into account. But actually, if you start to think in a different way about how, if you implement a solution, what positive benefits it could have, not just for the problem that one is trying to address, whether it's food security, whether it's health, whether it's environment, but actually what positive impacts, what co-benefits it could have for those other problems, then we start to reframe the way that we do food policy. So that's the general thrust behind our argument for why addressing the challenges of the global food system mean really rethinking and doing food policy in a very different way to what we've done before. So in the panel, which I will now introduce, we're going to be discussing this. I would like to welcome those panellists onto the stage. They are Vytenis Andriukaitis, EU Commissioner for Health and Food Safety, Sue Pritchard, who is Director of the Food and Farming and Countryside Commission in the UK, and Line Gordon, who is, there you are, who is Executive Director of the Stockholm Resilience Centre. Great to have you with us. Thanks very much for joining us. You're all experts in your areas, and today we're going to be thinking about how that applies to redesigning food policy. So I wanted to start with you, Vytenis, and ask about what plans are there at the EU level to start changing the way that you do food policy to address all these big challenges that we face?
That's a very simple question, as the answer is not so simple. First of all, we ask our scientists, Joint Research Center, to present to us foresight study. European Union food safety and nutrition in 2050. Because without possibilities to assess situation and to develop, systemic approach, and without science, we have no chance to move forward. And such studies presented to us globally. Two big scenarios. One scenario is so-called global scenario one, and second is regional. And those two scenarios, they are different, because global one shows that trade will be, much more intense. And of course, you need to see that industrialization and the agri-food chain will be much more coherent and much more consistent, and it creates a lot of challenges around the globe. But a regional situation will be a little bit different, because regional can involve regional local actors, can see how can we involve citizens, what can we do with our regional capacities, including, for example, cities, urban agriculture, or different types of how can we address citizens' needs, because regionally citizens' needs are different. In Europe now we have new challenges. We see more and more people who follow, for example, a healthy lifestyle and healthy food. Movement, slow food, this is global movement one, but regionally you can see in different places very active actors who are promoting, for example, slow food, and of course healthy food, and vegans, vegetarians, and of course they're keeping in mind climate change, ethical conditions, animal welfare, and it immediately creates differences in understanding about food production, of course also making influence on food operators. And regionally, you can see different approaches, including, citizens' involvement, including consumers' organizations, and so on, and different actors. And here, EU is ready to to combine both scenarios, global one and regional. And of course, also putting forward three main issues: climate change, sustainable development goals, and a situation to address chronic non-communicable diseases, obesity, cardiovascular diseases, diabetes, and so on, because it is very important to understand. Without nutritional policies, we have no chance to achieve our sustainable development goals and to reduce number of non-communicable diseases and to act against climate change. We need to see, and regionally, we have a lot of instruments to synergize our policies, and why we just propose common agricultural policy, which include healthy food, sustainable use of pesticides, possibilities to address climate change, address issues like food waste and so on, and of course also keeping in mind sustainable development goals. And EU shows a real example of synergy between different policies, within different goals, and of course avoiding silo mentality and asking local actors to do the same. Because it's very important now to understand that nutritional policies which involve municipalities, communities, cities, operators, wholesalers, retailers, consumers together, addressing some regional challenges, looking at global level, how can we really achieve global sustainable development goals, zero hunger, for example, till 2030. As, without local activities, it will be empty words. And EU is doing in such direction, proposing very integrated approaches in our common agricultural policies, adapting our nutritional policies, of course, using our legal tools and discussing about issues related to healthy food, of course, on socially acceptable prices. How can we reduce sugar, trans fats, salt, and how can we promote, different instruments addressing issues related to NCDs.
So you made some really important points there about multi-level policy, multi-level action, the need for local, national, EU and international action at all of these levels. Lena, you work in the Nordic region. You are the head of a scientific centre, but if I could ask you to reflect on the exciting policy developments in the region. There's been so much in the Nordic region in the past few years. We, in the rest of the world, look to the Nordic region always for exciting policies and developments. How, can I ask you particularly about the regional approach that you've taken? How is that regional approach in the Nordic region helping to take food policy forward?
I think it's a very good question. In some ways, the Nordic countries are, of course, very different. If you look at sort of production priorities you have in Iceland and Norway, it's really dominated with fish production and aquaculture. In Denmark, pig production is really big. In Sweden, it's dairy production, etc. So we have differences between the countries. And then, of course, we have lots of jokes also about the big cultural differences between the countries. But in reality, there's so many similarities. So similar culture, similar dietary patterns, similar agroecological climates. We have fairly strong economies, a lot of investments in social welfare, equality, and sustainability is very high on the agenda. It's also a sort of heritage of trust in public institutions, trust in science, and a heritage of innovation. So when you bring that together, being also very small countries in an international context, it allows us to form a joint voice to both influence international policy, but also to enable more of the sort of public-private type of collaborations and investments. So that means that when we come together, we can really unlock bigger opportunities also in the business sector. So I think that has been one of the reasons why it works. I think some of the hallmarks also of that approach then really builds on this heritage of trust in public institutions, which means that we can also base a lot of the joint policies around collaboration and stakeholder consultations and mobilizing different institutions to sort of go towards the same tracks. Another is this sort of trust in science and the evidence-based structures. And we have the Nordic nutrition recommendations, for example, which are big scientific reviews of the best nutritional sciences. And that's done jointly in the Nordic region. But then that can be based for dietary guidelines that are developed based on different national priorities. So even though we do that as a joint thing for the Nordics, and national governments can sort of develop their ways of using them. So that's been another way that this Nordic collaboration has been important.
Nice, and that's the idea of having a shared set of recommendations, I think, is very powerful. But the trust in public institutions is something that isn't the case everywhere. But it seems to be very important, and I think provides some important lessons for some of the fundamentals that we need to change in other places as well. Sue, you're from the UK, as am I, and those of us who are from the UK have to experience the situations of Brexit right now, which you kind of have to mention since everyone's talking about it. But what's actually been really interesting about being in the UK is there's actually really interesting work going on in food policy right now. There really is. I'm part of a review being led by Henry Dimbleby, who set up that Leon chain, which is right behind you, and who is leading an independent review with the purpose of developing a national food strategy. And Sue has been leading a fantastic Food and Farming and Countryside Commission, which is an independent inquiry which also aims to inform food policy in the UK. And what I wanted to ask you about in particular is this very exciting bike tour that you've been on, where you've been around the UK and you've asked people what matters to them about food. So I'd love to ask you if you could tell us a bit about that and what you found out about what people said did matter to them about food.
Yes. It was a really fascinating and an important experience, actually, not just for us as a commission, but the communities that we visited, the people that we visited at home, in their workplaces, in their community groups, actually really appreciated seeing people like us from the policy world coming out to them in their everyday environment and talking to them about issues that they care about, not in policy speak, not in the kind of conventional consultation processes, which are important, I absolutely acknowledge, but really, perhaps more authentically, wanting to connect with people where they are and the issues that matter to them. And I think it plays to that point that you were both making there, picking up on what is, I think, very prevalent in the UK at the moment, is an absence of trust. Both in the policy frameworks and policy arrangements, but also in evidence. People are very mistrustful of expertise. One of our own politicians said rather famously in the run-up to Brexit, we're all fed up with experts now, aren't we? Which is really very worrying in this kind of, in the world that we live in at the moment. So that was the reason that we went out on our bike tour in the way that we did. We wanted to signal that we were approaching this in a very different way. And we wanted to hear from people in their own words and their own language about the things that mattered to them. So the first thing that's probably quite important to say is that this is a devolved policy. So Scotland and Wales are already doing their own thing. A lot of the stuff that we end up talking about is actually an English matter, because in Scotland, the Good Food Nation Bill is already tackling the issues that we're talking about here, and Wales is making similar sorts of progress. I'm going to pick out 4 things, I think, that really struck me. The first is to do with that point about trust, that feeling that wherever we went in the UK, people felt that policymakers don't get us. They don't understand us. They don't understand our world. They don't understand the kinds of issues that we are having to deal with. Their concerns are very different from our concerns. But that sense of separateness also extended to the way people feel about incomers into their community. So in rural communities where much food is produced, people feel very anxious when people from urban environments come in and seek to reshape the way the community operates. We have one of our cyclists in the room, actually, Robert, just waving over there, who did part of our tour in Cumbria. And in this, it's his beautiful illustration is in our piece here. I'll find it in a moment and show it to you, where he described really beautifully and illustrated it to boot, which is absolutely gorgeous, what he experienced as the split between the farmers in Cumbria, who are very concerned about their futures, their livelihoods, the heritage that they were carrying forward, and environmentalists who see a different future for the uplands and upland farming. So that was the first piece. The second piece is that the whole food sector is a really poorly paid and precarious sector, actually. The majority of the people that work in it are very poorly paid and work ridiculous hours if they're farmers, largely, or in 0 hours contracts if they're in food service or in food processing. And we also made a film called God's Lone Country, which is a very moving account from a farmer who can't afford to buy the food that he himself produces and the impact that has on him, his family, his community, and his mental health. So it's, I think we have to hold on to that really carefully when we think about the big changes that we might be making from the policy institutions. The third thing I want to pick out, which is something that really struck me, because I got to go out and judge at a county show in Lincolnshire, the children's competition about food policy and food futures. Children are remarkably well informed about what good food is, how they should eat, and how they should shape their food environment. When we talk about education, we need to educate people more so that they make better choices. I think we might be misunderstanding what the challenge is. I think people know what they should do, they know what good looks like, but the environments in which they operate is not helping those choices at all. So I think that's been a challenge for us. And the last thing I think I want to say is that really encouragingly, when you bring divergent, polarised groups together in a thoughtful, a respectful, appreciative and a deliberative way, there is a remarkable amount of common ground to be found. One of the bits of work we did, not on the tour, but subsequently, was bringing together groups of farmers with the scientists from the EAT Lancet Commission to try and find a little bit of common ground in what had felt a little bit like a somewhat polarised debate. It risked getting very polarised, in the UK at least. And we found remarkable convergence, remarkable common ground, and a real willingness to work up the practical steps that we all know we need to take.
Thank you. Wow, that's a lot of rich insights gained from actually talking to people who are out there experiencing these realities of the food system. I wanted to move on, carry on with you, Sue, to ask about the point that I made earlier about the fact that food policy isn't delivering in the way that it should because it's not taking these kind of connections into account. And it struck me as you were talking there that it's often that these connections are understood or experienced, I should say, by people. And yet then when it goes out into the institutions, we kind of separate it out. But how is your work taking the kind of connections that I was talking about there into account? And what difference does taking that kind of more holistic view, systemic view, actually, what difference do you think it'll make?
So you're absolutely right. I sometimes think this is a peculiar UK phenomenon. When I've worked in the Nordic countries, that sense of joined up working, partnership working, local collaboration is just there taken for granted. But you're right, it is not ours. And perhaps in other Western democracies it also is not. So we were very focused on how we could help reconnect those policy silos which simply do not work well together. And I think we've tried to live that inquiry through the whole work of the Commission. So the commissioners themselves are drawn from very different sectors. We have public health directors, environmentalists, farmers, retailers. So we've tried to represent the whole system in the Commission as a fractal of the system. They can't represent, because it's not that kind of a process, but they can certainly reflect the system. And if you like, hold our feet to the fire in the way that we go about our inquiry, making sure that we don't allow our own thinking to become too quickly siloed, which is very easy to do when you're excited about one thing or another thing. And that's enabled us to, I think, make a really explicit connection between farming and food and the public's health. And in having those conversations within the Commission, in the way that we've shaped our inquiry, but with people on the ground, it's really clear that, you know, the way that people live their everyday lives, those are the connections that they're used to making. So when you talk to farmers about health, there are lots of things that they're already doing, from growing healthy food to encouraging more people into the countryside for their health and well-being. And the work that Lindy at the university did for us on that piece of work was just beautiful. We've got some lovely, lovely stories that tell a much different version of the relationship between farming and food and health and well-being than sometimes we allow ourselves to think. It's clear to us that we absolutely have to rethink our rural economy. At the moment, it seems to me that very often policymakers think that the countryside is the gap on the map they have to whiz through between cities. And yet, I think we'll be arguing that it is the countryside on which our future depends. It's there that the regenerative acts will happen to deal with some of the big challenges that we're facing. So we need to connect up our policy making at a hyper-local, local and national level. And this is a really boring thing, actually, and it might not mean so much in an international audience, but it's probably going to be quite an important thing for us in our work. Our politics, as you said, let's say it's stuck. That's the politest way of putting it at the moment. Who knows what the future is going to hold? We may be leaving the European Union in October. We may not. And at the moment, our policy discourse is stuck in that space. And the world is still at risk of burning. We have huge global challenges that we absolutely need to be addressing right now. So we've been working with a thing called the Public Value Framework, which is a thing that government already has at its disposal, kind of using bricolage principles, really. What have we already got? What are the practical tools at hand? How can we leverage those more effectively to help government institutions work more effectively together to align all of their resources to achieve better public value and better outcomes for citizens? So that's quite a boring thing, but actually it's a very practical, pragmatic thing that we can get on and do right now. And I hope that might help unblock a few sticky points.
Well, lots of examples there about trying to break down these silos and find different ways of bringing together these different policy issues. What's playing out at the European level, Vitenis? Is this issue of policy coherence for a better food system on the agenda at the European level? You suggested it was with your remarks before about an integrated approach. But how is it playing out? And are there some examples about how you're trying to bring these different types of issues together to make policy more coherent at the European level?
Thank you. First of all, if I may, I am commissioner responsible for public health and food safety. In public health, I have less experts than in food safety. In food safety, I have 500 million professors and experts. Because all of us are experts, you know. And if we will touch something very sensitive, for example, maximum residual levels of pesticides in food. It will be a mess, yes? Ban glyphosate, for example. Because just you mentioned about trust in science. Trust. We have EFSA, European Food Safety Authority, brilliant experts, thousands of people who are working on everyday business. They're working very hard. Believe me, one Eastern egg requires 6 or 8 scientific assessments when you see on shelves in supermarket, final product. Nobody is scared that such product was only placed because 8 assessments were done. But people are not ready to read and not ready to discuss and to understand and to trust science, because they are blaming for this science is in the hands of multinational corporations. They are paying money, scientists are doing their job, and then they are, providing to us food which is full of different additives, including maximum residual pesticides. Of course, it is very good now, it's very timely to discuss. We have general food law, we have adopted at EU level. Now we have, okay, you just mentioned 30th of October, a very strange date from UK on my side. I will be more than happy that UK will continue. Because for me, I read a joke. A lot now are using English generally, but only few understand England. What does it mean? Because English and England not the same, especially looking at Brexit.
Let's not dwell too much on that.
But speaking about food safety, because now UK was very committed to science-based approaches and always argue about possibilities to follow scientific assessment. But trust in science is in changes, and we only because we have general food law, we have strict rules and procedures. We have strict machinery of approval of all ingredients. We survive as one single market. Of course, we have good opportunity to introduce pan-European regulatory frame. For example, trans fats. It's a real example, because we just in February adopted decision that to limit intake of trans fats in industrially produced food in whole EU. It was more or less the same. Or, for example, acrylamide. Belgium potatoes. Acrylamide is very dangerous issue because it's carcinogenic. But we introduce also regulatory frame and color codes. Now all operators are obliged to use such color code in restaurants and in different. But it helps EU to monitor situation, to address challenges related to different risk factors. Of course, speaking about sugar, trans fats, salt, a lot. We just oblige our operators to take their voluntary pledge to reduce intake of sugar in food, for example, to reduce the minimum 5% from. But it helps us, first of all, because of single market, because of general food law, because of strict procedures, because of science, and of course because of possibilities to involve in all operators debating those issues. Because we have concept from farm to fork. Here is, you mentioned on the fork in the route, but farms also are in the route, and from farm to fork, it helps us to develop such coherent, more holistic approach, but it's not an easy job. People do not trust it.
It's a good example about how you need to have these changes, and part of the coherence agenda is about making change from the farm all the way along to fork, but also I think your illustration is of the complexity of what it takes actually to generate policy. In this case, the tremendous amount of science that has to go into generating policy. It's not a quick, straightforward thing to do. It takes a lot of time and investment. Line, the final point that we make in this brief, which I mentioned to the audience earlier, was that whatever we're doing when we're making policies, that we need to stay focused on finding solutions to specific problems. That even though we need to think break down the silos, think coherently. At the end of the day, there are particular problems that we need to solve. And we might get a bit lost if we try and solve everything all at the same time with one policy. So we need to do thinking what is right to address particular policies, and then what goes out from there to have these co-benefits and this more coherent approach. But what I wanted to hear from you is, can you share an example of a particular success from the Nordic region where you felt that a good solution was found?
Yes, I mean, there are obvious examples of where the Nordics have been sort of leading. And when I first started thinking about that, I was thinking like the investments we have in public school meals, for example, is a very important thing that unlocks a lot of opportunities and where we can solve many problems together. Just in Sweden, we serve 3 million public meals every day, and we're 10 million people living in Sweden. So that gives us a lot of opportunity. But then I'm thinking that's kind of a bit more obvious example maybe for the Nordic region. And then when we're here at the kitchen stage and also with the dinner we had yesterday, I thought another example from the Nordics is the kind of focus on gastronomy and the new Nordic cuisine that has been happening over the past 10-15 years. And when I grew up and was a kid in the 1970s and was a teenage year and so on, like Swedish food for me, it was sort of potatoes, meatballs, and primarily bulk in some way. And that's also, I think, when we thought about Swedish production, it was really about kind of producing that bulk. If we wanted something more luxurious or something extra, you would turn to France for the cheese or the Italian or Spanish hams, etc. But we didn't, I think in Sweden we didn't have that pride in the produce, and it was similar across the Nordic countries. So what happened then in 2004 when 10 chefs came together and created the new Nordic Manifesto was a new attention to the things that we really had in the Nordic regions and that we could offer. And in terms of freshness, ethics, sustainability, care for how things were produced in the landscape, simplicity, etc. And it wasn't just that chefs came together, but it was actually also taken up by policy. So that led to a declaration in Aarhus signed by ministers that this new Nordic manifesto and the cuisine could be a really central focus of that would also unlock a lot of the resources. And I think it came at a very good time. It was sort of an innovative thinking, it was the right timing, it had a very broad scope and a public appeal, which sort of made it attract a lot of interest, and therefore also commitment from both public institutions and with some funding behind it to get movement in this sector. And what also happened was that this also created links between the sort of food sector and other areas, tourism sector, design, attention to design and culture in the Nordic region. But it also helped sort of focus a bit more on the small-scale artisanal producers that are really struggling right now also with the rapid consolidation of the agricultural systems. And it increases opportunities for that, as well as sort of pride in what we're producing and our heritage. So I think that's an interesting example where it helped with that Nordic focus and the regional approach, and it unlocked a lot of opportunities here.
That's a really great example. It's not something I was expecting you to say, so it's an even better example for it. Just very quick last word before we head off stage to make way for the next debate. You've given lots of examples and talked about your experiences in food and food policy in recent years. What's the most important thing you'd like to see to improve food policy? Very, very quickly. Just a couple of sentences, starting with you.
My first idea is because we need to understand that our food safety is based on science, on evidence. We need to restore trust in science at European level, because, and we need to guarantee transparency in assessment. I am very happy that now we can change a little bit our general food law, introducing transparency and once again connecting people understanding this very complex issue as scientific evidence, because scientific evidence is sometimes very complicated, very sophisticated, difficult to understand, but we need to connect people, knowledge, people understanding and science. Otherwise, public opinion will go in confrontation, and if we will go into confrontation, we can really affect our food safety system. Especially speak about the healthy food, because I, as a medical doctor, am promoting more and more ideas about healthy food, but the healthy food should be based on evidence.
So trust in science there and transparency, Sue?
I think I'd like to see a little bit more radical approaches coming forward. This is everybody's business. It needs to matter to everyone. If what we're working towards is a more sustainable and a more just future, then the people who are taking most of the risks on society's behalf at the moment are the people who are least able to withstand them. And so I think I would like us to get a little bit more fighty about what this really means for all of our futures. It matters to all of us.
And more radical there. Great call. Line?
Well, I feel like I've been so positive of the Nordic region, but of course we have massive challenges here as well, and we're not at all meeting the SDGs and many of the indicators that really matter where the food system is influencing how well we're meeting them. So we really need to step up. But what I think is most crucial is this connection between the consumption side and the production side, and that we're totally separating them still, and we're creating policies for consumption that doesn't go hand in hand with how we're treating production. And of course the whole sector in between, as well as how we set environmental goals, which also needs to align with the consumption and the production side. So better alignment between these different sectors in the food strategies forward. Yeah.
Connecting production and consumption. 3 excellent points. Please give the panel a round of applause. That was an excellent discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
So thank you.
I'd like to invite the next 2 panelists onto the stage, please, for our next panel. Our next panel is going to be on integrated solutions to urban and rural. So we're going to be looking at 2 different elements of the policy space, urban and rural, and how we think about this in a more integrated kind of way. And to discuss this, I've got 2 fantastic panelists. Krishna Paudel, of an agricultural policy analyst and an activist for Foreign Action Nepal. And in a very different context, Baroness Rosie Boycott, a member of the upper house of the parliamentary system in the UK, the House of Lords, and for many years the chair of the London Food Board. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So we're talking about the challenges faced in urban and rural parts of the world, and we've got 2 very different contrasting contexts here. Yeah. Krishna, can you help us first with a brief summary of some of the key challenges that you face in rural food systems?
I would say not the food system. I would rather say it's the livelihood system of rural Nepal. Before talking on that, I would like to set a sense where you can better understand the context, so that you can make an interpretation or the reflection out of it. Let me say very briefly that where we are talking about the rural Nepal is all about making livelihood through agriculture. It's a very subsistence agriculture in the steep mountains with very limited land and other resources. So 2/3 of the population rely on such type of subsistence agriculture. In that respect, I would say it's a livelihood system, not only the food system. When we talk about the food system, it goes to the urban centers where we can talk only the food, not how to make it or how to produce it. In that respect, I would say the major challenges is the first and most important challenge is who produce the food, the women farmers in the village. They don't have enough to eat, not only the enough, not the nutritious food as well. Because our politics works in such a way that they airlift the rice from Pakistan and Japan and other countries, they receive the food aid. And that is increasingly damaging whole system of livelihood, including the food. That's the one most important challenge, I would say. The second is the whole idea of agriculture, how we look at, because it's not only the bordering issue, but it's the green revolution agriculture that is affecting our the integrated agriculture system. So it's more on chemical and pesticide based and more on green revolution technologies. That is not fit well in our very steep mountains. It's a green revolution agriculture, when I say, it's a more or less, it's a Eurocentric idea. When it is plain, it is tested in the plain, not in the steep mountains where it does not fit. That's the second important issue to consider. And third is the whole sense of idea, but not making lives from the agriculture. That's why people are getting out of the agriculture, and now there are plus 4 million rural youths. They are in the Gulf countries from Nepal. So in that respect, it is not well fit agricultural system in place, and thereby it's a very fragile livelihood situation in the country. And it has now made this, the out-migration has caused the feminization of local communities, particularly women have to take the triple burdens. And at the same time, it's a very contrasting phenomenon. One, when we are talking in this Europe and the other global forums, we're talking about the land grabbing. The people in Nepal, they are leaving the agricultural land abandoned. I think these are the most important issues when we talk about the livelihood systems.
It's fascinating to hear about that. And I have to say, I'm having quite a contrasting image of the hillsides of Nepal when I think about my neighbourhoods in London. But we'll come to perhaps some commonalities in a minute. What are the major challenges, food system challenges for the big cities in the world, Rosie?
Well, I think that they're actually the same in many ways for Kathmandu as they are for London. And I've spent a little time in Kathmandu because my daughter worked there for a while. And, you know, the thing about a city is that you become so abstracted from the source of food. I mean, children grow up not knowing where a bean comes from. Food becomes a factory commodity. It becomes something you see on the billboards. It becomes something that is marketed to you and sold to you as a passive receiver. And you don't have any part in its production. And I think that alienation has led us to a lot of problems of an unappreciation of food, and because there's never seems to have been proper policing of food to really decide, is this healthy, is this not? Kids a lot grow up today in Kathmandu, whereas I say I've been and I've seen the amount of junk food there is in Kathmandu, really not knowing that some food's good for you and some food's bad for you. I think particularly say in a big city like London, I always used to say when I ran the food board, every day this city delivers around 30 million meals. So just as a logistics idea, that's completely overwhelming to start to say, how do you unpick this? So what happens when you work, well, for me, when you work in city policy is that you end up diving down into small areas and trying to fix where you can, and when you see something good happening, trying to make it proliferate. We can come on to solutions in a bit, but I do think that those are the sheer complexity, the enormous disparities in income between areas where you get, again, in a city like London, I can't talk for Kathmandu, but I know for other cities, you get some areas where it's really difficult to buy good food. It's really difficult. What you've got is miles of fast food takeaways. We have 8,500 chicken and chip shops in London, even though now City Hall says you can't put one up within 400 metres of a school. That doesn't take into account all the ones that are there already. There is no legislation of any sort that says that a chicken and chip shop can't sell their products for half price when the children come out of school. I mean, that is apparently unfair trading. So there are all sorts of things competing for your stomach all over the city.
Yeah.
So how, Krishna, can rural and urban areas start to work together to address these problems, which are both shared and different?
Yes, but in a short run, because as we heard about all these the crises at the global level, at the local level, so in that respect, I think urban and rural come close to sorting out all these issues in the short run. In the long run, we must go beyond. Otherwise, we are not really transforming our food system or any agricultural systems. In the short run, the one thing I would say from the perspective of a rural village in Nepal, I live in Kathmandu, and I know the Kathmandu is now growing haphazard city, and it's a kind of urban center. But at the same time, what we have to think about, we are devouring a lot of resources to building all these urban areas in the cost of polluting rural areas. So we have to resolve that first. If we could resolve that, only we can achieve the sustainable food system, sustainable livelihood system, sustainable ecosystem. In that respect, I think we have to, again, I would say, we have to put on emphasis on the right type of education. Today, the young kids, they ask, why you are putting banana in the tree? We have to answer that. So I think what we have the educating our kids is the important factors. If we change our education system, only we can start up, as you asked me, how we can work to ourselves. That's the common point where we have to educate the city dwellers or the rural people or the kids. What's the nature and where our space in the nature as a human being.
So a call there for greater connection between urban and rural through some education of city dwellers. What do you think some of the solutions are that rural and urban areas can work on together?
Well, I think that that's definitely one of them. But I think, again, because I know London specifically, but I assume it applies to other cities, it's very difficult, say, for a small producer to access the London market, which is huge and pays premium prices. So there are a number of schemes. When we were in the London Food Port, for many years we paid for someone in Covent Garden, that's our biggest wholesale vegetable market, to actually specifically grow the market in the periphery of London, within about 50 to 70 miles of the city. And within 2 or 3 years, she was doing about 12 million quid's worth of turnover. In New York now, up in the top of the state, in the north of the state, north of New York, they now have a huge food hub, which allows all the different producers in upstate New York and the bottom of New Hampshire to bring vegetables straight in from where they're taken by electric cars to different suppliers. So it seems to me that we have to refix the interface, and that would be immensely healthy for everybody. We'd get better veg, rural economies would be supported and have an outlet, and you create jobs in that environment. These are things that I have to say I did discuss with the previous mayor, Mr. Johnson, who may indeed be our Prime Minister, and he was always like, yeah, great idea, but then you'd say, where's the money? And the money was not forthcoming. But the New York model is extremely interesting because it was invested in by the City of New York, and it has now paid it back in spades. And so I think these kinds of models, I mean, I absolutely agree, let's take kids in and out, but I think you need a much better economic, dialogue that's going on to stop this, to stop the large-scale businesses having the domination of the cities.
But you gave an example there. It's a great idea. It's been modelled. It's been found to work in New York, and a politician in your experience wasn't so into the idea. Why not? What are the barriers to implementing this kind of solution?
Quite frankly, there aren't any. It's political will. I mean, I cannot see a single real barrier if someone was prepared to invest in it. I mean, we see in London at the moment, we have two big box scheme companies who bring Abel and Cole and Riverford. They are quite happy, because the market is big enough, to drive vegetables from Wales, from Cornwall, from all over the place into our city. If they can make it work, why isn't someone doing this as a business case? I mean, actually, if I won the lottery, it'd be one of the things I'd do. I think it would work very well. I don't have an answer to why it won't work. I just think there are lots of answers that are not being imaginatively put to use at the moment.
Well, let's hope that Rosie wins the lottery and puts that into place. So these are issues about connecting urban and rural, but in the general dialogue, how much attention do you think the right amount of attention is being given to city-level problems and rural problems? Like here at this conference and elsewhere, there's city networks that are being established, and there's a lot of focus on urban solutions, and others are talking about rural development. How do you think that balance is? Do you think it's fairly balanced between cities and rural areas, or you think there's a bias in one direction or the other?
No, actually, I already say that it's some way bias. It's bias through our mindset and how we really look the development itself. When we talk about the development, definitely there are basic three elements that should. The one is the economic prosperity, the another is the social justice, and the third the sustainability. Are we looking at those two elements seriously? Yes, we are looking at the economic prosperity. That's why we are the city dwellers, because we see the city, it is grown through the money. And some way, the whole sense of economics is through the greedy mindsets. Are we ready to change that mindset? That is, I think, that is the question to us, to me, to be the people who really want to see the planet with sustainable human being. In that respect, what I say, I think we need to now go back and reflect for the last 5 decades or 6 decades. What great mistake we did in balancing these three elements. I think the whole idea is around those issues. And when you say the barriers, I would say this is our mindset. How we think about when we go out of this hall and how we act. Because we heard, it's a very nice phrase to hear about. Science is clear, but we are not clear yet.
So you've positioned the city there as the big kind of economic engine of growth. Was that your point, that's where the money is?
What I say, if you don't take it other way, the kind of modern development we are talking around is not possible to all. If we really want to be appreciated as a human being, we have to first reflect on this question. Because this is our recent past history. So we have to acknowledge that kind of facts. And then only we can start acting the right way. That is my observation.
Thank you. So Rosie, what's your view about the balance of attention between urban and rural in policy terms, in financial terms? Is there a fairness in the way that those issues are looked at? Do we need to look at them in a different way with different decision-making structures?
No, I don't think we do. And I think the fact that we have is the problem, that there is considered to be rural poverty, urban poverty, all these things that are slightly seen as different. And actually, we all need to be eating the same thing. I mean, I think that that's why the work you're doing is so exciting, to be looking at a unified, integrated food policy. So when we were in London, we have put out an integrated food policy, which very simply means that whatever other policies are happening, they have to consider, is this good for the food system? So it's worked well across environment, it's worked across health, it hasn't worked across everything, but it's starting to make that thing that you have to see food within it. And I think that the divide is dangerous because it's implying somehow that we eat something different, or that because the city's got more problems, it should have more preeminence. So things have to happen, I think, from a national scale. I think there's a lot of engineering, like hubs, like better distribution, like the things that you're looking at in the food strategy about ensuring people have access to healthy food. But those problems apply rurally and in the city. In the city, you just get more people, so you get more fuss. But it's not that it's not a uniform package that in a way all has to reform together, because if we grow lamb in Wales, are we going to eat that in London, or are we in fact going to carry on eating lamb from New Zealand? These are big problems that need to be solved by the kind of work you and Henry are doing, and it's great you're doing it, and the work that Sue is doing too.
Well, I think this idea of dangerous divides that you just mentioned is a theme that's come through, and certainly a theme that comes through throughout EAT. We're at time now, but to summarise that, I can only say that even though the world is urbanising, that we mustn't take our eye off the critical aspects of rural development and understand the interrelationship between urban and rural, and the need to remember that it's people who live in both of those spaces, and it's people who we need to care about in both of those spaces. So thank you very much to the panellists. I'd also like to invite the moderator of the next session to come forward, please.
Thank you. So hello there.
The rose between the two thorns.
Quick introduction. My name is Siobhan Hansen. I am responsible for food choice architecture and nutrition at Google. And I will be the moderator for our session today called Making Money, Making Change. So let me have our panelists go ahead and come up, and I'll just give a brief introduction, give you some names. I'm going to let them introduce themselves. We have John Giannuzzi, a managing partner from Sherbrooke Capital. Earthrin Cousin, Distinguished Fellow, Center on Food Security and Environment, Stanford University. And Federico Tonetti, Group Safety and Sustainability Director from the Compass Group. So welcome, panelists. Glad to have you. What I'd like each of you to do is to introduce yourself, the company and organization that you're with, and give us a sense of how what you do within your role each day, how it connects to the food systems transformation agenda.
Great.
So John, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, I'm John Giannuzzi, founder of Sherbrooke Capital. We are a Boston-based venture capital firm that has been investing in the food industry for the last 20 years. What we really saw, what inspired the launch of Sherbrooke, was really kind of the convergence of multiple kind of sectors that the food sector was beginning to provide true functionality to consumers. The retail sector was truly changing the way consumers were shopping, and consumers in general were truly leaning towards a much different lifestyle going into the 21st century. And really all of those things, if you think about this forum today, they have all converged. And 20 years ago, kind of fast forward to today, is really what we hoped we were going to see, and we were fortunate to be able to be an active participant in the space. I would say that probably the best part of my job is constantly interacting with innovators and disruptors. I mean, it's the people that have the ideas, that are willing to risk it all, that really have some ways of thinking about food and beverages and products and brands that really want to make a difference. And it's that opportunity that I've been able to have by working with these types of individuals has really been the highlight of my life at Sherbrooke. It's been great.
Super. Great. Earthren.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Earthren Cousin. I was introduced as a distinguished fellow at Stanford University, and I also serve as a distinguished fellow at the Chicago Council on Global Affairs, and so I'm very distinguished at this point in my life. I think it's just old. But having spent the previous 8 years looking at global issues related to food security, primarily focused on humanitarian response, not just the development activities that were necessary. What this time, both at Stanford and the Chicago Council did was give me the space to think about how do we make that kind of disruptive change, the interventions that are necessary to ensure that the innovations, the food tech, ag tech that's coming on board that you just described, that is driving a different kind of consumer demand, that it also reaches the poor and the underserved.
Sure.
In too many places, the challenge is that entrepreneurs, with support from VC capital, are making the systems changes, but because the VC demands that they have returns at a certain time period, they focus on the market that's going to deliver that return during that time period, and which doesn't often include poor and underserved communities, whether we're talking domestically or internationally. And so with a grant from the Rockefeller Foundation, my team and I began to explore what is possible to incentivize the capital stack in a way with these entrepreneurs that would support the movement or the identification of that target population, the poor and underserved, as more than a philanthropic opportunity, as more than a government responsibility, but actually as a money-making market opportunity. And so creating new funding to support that capital stack that will drive that new thinking, but recognizing wasn't just, and our learnings proved this, that is the theory of change is not just about the money, because many of these businesses don't have the capacity to support that target audience, nor is the public policy right for supporting the expansion into these markets. And you cannot change consumer demand by just investing in a business, that it's also about partnerships. And so those wraparound services is what we also defined as necessary to support additional financing. So I'm excited because in addition to my distinguished titles, I will add CEO, president of Food Systems Future, a new enterprise that will stand up, that will be a fund with these wraparound services that will hopefully work with funds like yours to ensure that what happens, the kind of action that we've been talking about all week here at EAT helps not just those who are middle class or affluent, but also ensures that the poor and vulnerable also have access.
So we've got some business opportunity here, huh? That's great. Thank you. Very good. Federico.
Good afternoon. My name is Federico Tonetti. I'm Safety and Sustainability Director at Compass. Don't know if you know the brand. I didn't when they called me a year ago to join. So we are more popular for our local brands around the world. But it's simply the largest food services contractor in the world. With in 47 countries, we employ more than 600,000 people, and it's a big business. I was really impressed, and when I joined, now I joined without any food industry experience, and I joined without safety and sustainability experience. So I may give you the contact of my boss if you have the question what I'm doing here. But I just wanted to underline the fact that that put me in a very, very privileged situation. I'm totally free. I'm totally free to ask questions. I'm totally free to learn. I'm totally free to look at our business with fresh eyes. And as such, I guess I would define my role at Compass as the troublemaker.
All right, so we've got troublemakers, we've got distinguished panelists, and the business that's represented here, I think, is really interesting, and the influence, too. So, Ertharin, I want to ask you a question. In your role as the executive director of the World Food Program, you led the world's largest humanitarian organization with 14,000 staff members, serving 80 million vulnerable people across 75 countries. I'm really interested in knowing what learnings you bring from that experience that can help us think about the role that business can play in driving innovation for those most in need.
Well, thank you very much for that question. And much of what I said in my opening statement was my understanding was driven by the experiences and the knowledge that I gained during my time at WFP. We, as you note, fed 80 million people a year in 75 countries around the world. The reality was, in too many places, we were feeding the same people every year. Because of the cyclical nature of crops and agriculture, that during the hunger season each year, we were required to provide the assistance and support where it was necessary, because families didn't have the necessary market stability that would ensure their opportunity to feed their family all year long from the crops that they were growing. And so what we began to recognize was that there wasn't the investment necessary in those communities and the support required for those communities to ensure that you had a system that would create what that word that I hate to use, resilience, in households that would allow them to purchase their own food and feed their own families without assistance from the international community. So what I get excited about is the opportunity to have conversations with investors, with policymakers who are now willing to embrace the need to move beyond just humanitarian and development to creating market-based solutions that are sustainable, that will give those in any community, and it's all very context specific, and I will not go into those contexts, but I'm willing to talk to anybody afterwards about the context-specific, meeting the context-specific needs of the communities, the businesses in those communities, to support the opportunity for those businesses to actually create livelihoods that provide families with the ability to have the economic stability that is necessary for them to feed their family all year long. That's not a hard ask. People aren't saying, I want you to feed me forever. I never met anybody who wanted to stand in line for food. Whether it's domestically or international, people stand in line because they have no other choice. And what we have begun to identify are the tools that are necessary to give people the ability to have choice in their lives.
That's exciting. That's great. Doing well by doing good. That's great. So Federico, I want to re-emphasize the Compass Group and the actual size of it. So British multinational food service, in fact, the largest contract food service company in the world, operations in 50 countries. You employ over 550,000 people. You serve 5.5 billion meals a year in locations including offices and factories, schools, universities, hospitals, correctional facilities, offshore oil platforms, you name it.
It's a long list.
They are serving the world for sure.
I can add an oil and gas platform where I've been in Kazakhstan 2 weeks ago. That's also quite interesting.
It's very impressive. So you are truly feeding the world. Can you give us an idea of your biggest opportunity to contribute toward improving the current food system?
Certainly, yes. Well, simply put, I believe the biggest opportunity is to be who we are in the right way. I think the size of the business gives us the biggest opportunity we have by far of having an impact on the world and on society. Now, the key to that, however, which is another opportunity that I discovered here over the last 2 days, it's partnerships, I would say. Partnerships are the key, the avenue for Compass to play the role I guess we're supposed to play. And partnerships, well, we're working on a partnership with EAT, for example, at this moment. But there are plenty of opportunities out there, and it's more than an opportunity, though. I think it's a must for us to put in place the transition or the change process that we are working on at the moment. Because, again, being who we are, I think, the answer is there.
That's great. Well, thank you for that. And John, you've founded a fund that was launched in 1999, dedicated exclusively to providing growth and expansion capital to emerging companies in the healthy, active, and sustainable living market. HASL.
Yes.
So you've created that. At this time of the launch, this was niche, right?
It was.
And small in size, but fast growing.
Yes.
So motivating and exciting. And it's a dynamic environment, this market. It's regarded now as a separate and distinct fund, $250 billion industry.
Yes.
Okay. So tell us about what you're seeing now. How is this marketplace evolving, and what are the dynamics? What's changed most from the inception of this piece of work for you?
I think the innovation in that we've seen in the space has just truly been, pretty remarkable. I mean, one of our early investments, for example, was just a company. It was a tortilla chip business. It was a company called Food Should Taste Good. And what the idea there is to provide kind of a healthy alternative to Doritos. And so how did they do that? They really thought about putting the flavor system into the dough, as opposed to have it just be topically seasoned. So instead of just having your Doritos and having the stuff all over your fingers and your mouth and your slacks, this was a flavor system that was incorporated into the dough that truly, at the time, today it sounds like but at the time, it was pretty innovative. And, it was a business that we grew from $2 million in sales to close to $150 million in sales, sold it to General Mills, a big CPG company, and today it's probably close to a $600-700 million business for General Mills. So, and it's really been part of kind of the innovative wave that has really come through the snack category. I mean, snacking has really been kind of a big trend within food. I mean, people are on the go constantly. People are constantly looking for alternative ways to provide some level of, appetite cessation, if you will, while they're in the car, while they're on the plane, and what have you. And I think that has really kind of driven a lot of innovation. I think as it relates to big trends, I'd say plant-based is huge. It's at its infant stage at this point. I think a subset of that is plant-based proteins. We've seen a lot happen with pea protein. The challenge of pea protein right now is really a supply issue because so many people are really looking to incorporate that into their ingredient panel. But there's a whole innovative kind of platform of mushroom and seaweed proteins that will offer the same kind of nutritional profile and benefits. Another big category is what I'll just call evolving food choices. I mean, people are looking for healthy fats, low carbs. There are some dietary trends that are important and probably will be with us for a while that I think are truly things to pay attention to. two or three more just quickly. I call one modernizing the pantry. And what that means is there's some old stale brands that we've all grew up with that, there are some very innovative disruptors that have something new, exciting, and different that are really kind of bringing a new package design, authenticity, a new ingredient panel, a better for you perspective, that are truly putting some of these large brands on their heels and causing them big problems. I think two other quick ones. The power of science, I think, is important, and not to lose sight of here. And I think you're seeing, especially in the household and some of the personal care categories, you're seeing kind of good bacteria being incorporated into solutions to really, target dirt and grease and really kind of eliminate the need for chemicals and alcohols and all those kinds of things. And I think it really provides kind of more of that healthy household environment that a lot of consumers are looking for. And then I think there's another big category that I think is once the regulatory framework gets set properly in the United States anyway, is that CBDs. I think that the whole CBD category is going to be, if we're sitting here 5 years from now, the CBD category is going to be everything that everybody's talking about, and it is clearly going to disrupt beverage, food, and even personal care.
So that's your big bet.
It's pretty exciting, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me ask you another question. And Federico, you might want to tune into this as you're learning and upskilling in this space of food and nutrition and food system transformation. I'm going to ask you, John, how do you keep up with these trends and all of these fast-moving foods? What are your best resources for garnering information as it's happening so quickly in this environment?
Making sure I'm not in my office.
Meeting people.
Yeah. It's really being, with the innovators. It's being with the people that are taking risks. It's circulating and socializing in forums like this. It's really looking at kind of the, in the United States anyway. There's kind of the natural food channel, which Whole Foods is kind of the leader in, but there are a lot of smaller natural food retailers that, are all about bringing in entrepreneurs' products and allowing them to kind of, bring their product to the market and give it a try and see if that consumer is interested in those things. And it's really finding the tip of the spear of these opportunities, and they're all not going to work. It's clear that they're all not going to work, but as we were talking about before, if you're not in the fight, you're not going to win.
Right, absolutely. Earthren, I've got another question for you. You've indicated that a multifaceted approach is needed to scale food system solutions for those in need. You talked about agriculture, food technology, partnership, financing, business solutions. Can you share your vision and help us better understand what might inspire others in the audience or the two gentlemen on the stage with you on how to collaborate to make progress?
Well, again, I'm listening to the last statements that were made regarding new products that are coming onto the shelves, and how do we ensure that those products are universally available? How do we partner to support the public policy that is necessary to ensure that that consumers, whether you're in the United States, for example, that a consumer who purchases their food using SNAP benefits versus a consumer that uses dollars, and it's all cash, but those SNAP benefits have limits on where and how they can spend them. Right now, for example, I can buy food and I shop with my app on Whole Food and they deliver it on my front porch. If I'm a SNAP beneficiary, I can't use my SNAP benefit to shop. online. Even if I buy healthy foods, I can't use the SNAP benefit. The policy doesn't let me. If your consumer brand wants to donate and they donate product to a food bank, they get a triple tax deduction and Good Samaritan protection. If that food is sold in a store like Daily Table in Boston, which is what I call the TJ Maxx of food, where they're selling fresh products, wholesome products at 1/10 of the cost in retail, because they're selling things that are close to code date, they're selling things that didn't sell in the store, et cetera. If they donate that food to a food bank, they get a triple tax deduction and Good Samaritan protection. If they donate that product to Daily Table, allowing for that poor consumer in the neighborhood to then afford that product, they lose the tax deduction and the Good Samaritan protection. And so working together to support the policy changes that are necessary to ensure that the new products that are coming online, the new access to nutritious food that is provided, making it more convenient for the affluent and the middle class to purchase more nutritious food, that's available to everyone. And that won't happen because just, Earthman stands up and says it. But if the consumer brands and the retailers and the NGOs and other partners are also making these demands on policymakers, then we can get the change that is necessary to ensure that when we are creating new tools, that we don't increase the disparity, the health disparities in our communities, because we leave a whole section of our population behind.
This is real collaboration is needed.
Just a quick thought on that. It's a great, interesting point. But if you think about just kind of the big food distributors, Amazon. I mean, the barrier to entry for a new product onto Amazon isn't that great. So, small brands, emerging brands, typically try to get onto Amazon quickly. And so once you're on Amazon, if you think about it, you have access to the world, immediately to the world. And so, thinking about how to bring those individuals and their economic tools that they have onto a platform like that is kind of a low barrier to entry to kind of give them access to some of the things you're thinking about.
Exactly. And so the opportunity, as you said, to giving that access, because Amazon they'll deliver in North Lawndale if the customer bought in North Lawndale. But if I'm buying my food with a SNAP benefit, I can't, and I live in North Lawndale. The problem isn't that it won't be delivered. The problem is I can't use my cash on a platform that you can use your cash on. And so how do we change those public policies to make that available? And the other challenge that we need help on and partnership on, and this is where organizations like Compass get really interesting, is because just making it available doesn't necessarily change consumer demand. And so it's also about creating those consumer awareness campaigns that are beyond, again, the affluent and the middle class, that we are driving the information into consumers, that ensuring that we have universal demand for more nutritious food, and that we overcome either cultural or economic barriers in the that have limited that desire in the past, and that requires partnerships to support that level of consumer engagement.
And some good communications experts.
Good communication, which is why I look at both of these guys. We have like a lot of people on their payrolls who can do those kinds of things.
Absolutely, absolutely. Federico, can you share your biggest challenge in the sustainability space with us?
Only one?
You can share as many as you'd like.
Okay. So
well, we've got just a few minutes left, so.
That's okay. So I think, I'm fascinated here listening to what my colleagues are saying. I think at the center of my attention and the center of my challenges is actually the people behind all this. It's about people in the end. Behind partnerships, behind innovation, behind technology, there's somebody in your office you're going to talk with sooner or later and saying, look, 6 months ago at Compass, we defined a new sustainability strategy. Yes, there is momentum. We know what our priorities are. It's about nutrition, it's about food waste, it's about plant forward, it's about responsible sourcing and plastics. Let's go. And the answer is no. And you say, wait a minute, we spent 6 months to work on that, and we have an action plan, and we have resources and everything. So what's retaining people, because it comes down to people, comes down to leadership, from starting that journey. That's my biggest challenge and the biggest opportunity, because we know as well that when we flip the situation around and people start believing into something, buying into something, and get emotion, then you can do magic, right? So I would say the biggest challenge is in Compass, but I would say in any other organization I've been working for in my life, comes down to people and leadership and make that change happening in real life, I would say, in real life, taking the risk, accepting that risk. I mean, innovation, by the way, innovation is a big word. And honestly, we have great pockets of innovation at Compass, especially in the US. We work with digital applications, we work with data, great stuff. But for me, fundamentally, innovation starts with problem solving. What's our perspective with regards to a topic? How do you want to see that? Yesterday, I heard, for example, that, all corporations, they will start meeting legal requirements, then they will meet investors' expectations, then probably they will think about consumers, and maybe at the end they will do the right thing. I disagree with that. I mean, left alone legislation, because of course we have to comply with local legislation, all the other three topics, it depends how you look at that. Why shouldn't we lead investors sometimes? Why wouldn't be able to affect customers or consumers' habits? And why doing the right choice is even a question? So to me, it's just a matter of perspective, and this is the challenge I'm dealing with at the moment. It's very exciting.
Well, another real benefit of the EAT Forum, right, is to come together and make the connections, learn from each other, share challenges. It's really exciting. One more quick question. I'm going to toss it to you, John. Who should lead this transformation? Should it be consumers? Should it be business? Should it be policymakers?
I think it's a combination of the above. And just to pick up on Federico's point of his development of his sustainability strategy, do it market-based. Go see your big customers. Let them tell you what they want. Let them reprioritize those 4 items that your CEO worries about every day, and let them bring the better for you sustainability initiatives and let the market drive those initiatives, as opposed to just within the 4 walls of your business. And so I think if it's market-based, which you talked about, is what's really going to be successful.
Very good, very good. Well, I want to thank each of you. This has been wonderful. Really, the time was too short to feature all of the amazing work that each of you are doing and leading in this food system transformation. Thank you. Can I ask the group for a round of applause for our panelists?
Thank you.
Nice, very nice.
So we are wrapping up this kitchen stage for 2019. This is the last session, so thanks for being here with us. You can now enjoy lunch and be back at the Hive stage at 2:30. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, great job.